he's written it in various Patarak and actual facts that are scattered throughout the books. And if you're not aware of it, if you're not reading, then you won't see it. And so these effects of this 400-year breeding process has bred what you call an American Negro. And this American Negro has converted or put on the garb of a Sabaean, right? It has put on the garb of what you call an African, right? It is put on the garb of what you consider a tribal member. But the genes of the people that have supposed to be cleansed, it hasn't been done. Panataro has said that they were not aware that the blood of the Adamite would be so far in your genetics that it would be very difficult to breed out of you. And in 40, 50 years, it still hasn't been bred out. And because of that, you're having to fight against the African doctrine. You're fighting against the African freedom. You're fighting against the fact that you have to leave and move out of and get away from her. So what I'll do is just go over a few things that a few incidents that he spoke about when you read one, The Man from Planet Risk, but let's go to a few actual facts. I wanted to where he started his in verse 357, right? Where he said he stayed out of the public eye as he walked along with those who I thought from school to school, right? He felt through school to school, 360. He said, I kept my ayan of destiny, my eyes of destiny from my ladud, from my birth. He said, I tried to teach in 1963 on Wu Sabat. The Mudwadu devil saw that and arrested me, locked me up until 1967, came out. He knew he had to take my time or his time with Wu Sabat, 363. By 1970 to 1973, he opened the seventh seal as Nubian, Islamic, Hebrews, Nubian, Egypt, Islamic, Ishmaelites of the tribe of Kedar, Hebrews for the mixing of Hagar and Makmat, Egyptians with Abraham and the Chaldeans. He raised the symbol of the six-pointed star for us, right? The crescent for Jahutwi, the symbol of Jahutwi, 366. He had 30 years to work from 1970 to 2000. The first half hour, as is called in Revelations 1, then the second of Athu double Tabaot resurrection from 2000 to 2030. Now, as this triune being, who we know as Yanun, a Morzak, Zahutwi as Nathar, Ningizida as Anunah. Now, as Yanun, we're just giving an overstanding of the Father for those that may not be aware or have these actual facts. He points out who he is in these quotes. On page 5 of the proof, right? Page 77 of the proof, page 147 and 150, 909 verse 10, 917, 919, 940, and 941. What he speaks about is as Yanun, as an extraterrestrial from the 8th planet, he incarnates for several reasons. The two most prominent, and we'll get to the day and the specific day of Zamut Shalal Harar Horus, right? Verse 1 and 2, he speaks about why. He said he had to act as a human being for the sole purpose of saving the children of Panatharu, right? And 2, to breed Rehar Achatwi, this Christ child, which is why today we're having this celebration. The Father, in his glory and his splendor, in his incarnation, came to us for us to do a specific job, right? But the test of the onus is on us to prove that we're worthy of this happening. Someone is asking me a question. Please be patient 1 second, please. Okay, so when you read these, when you read the feeding of force, you read the harvest. In verse 171, he says, I Baba Yanun, a Morzaku, Maneh, Morzak Hawuna Rasula, Lake Nazurakum Shalal Yawel Azamuat, a Riskian from Risk was sent to warn you all of these days. Okay? Yanun is a seeded entity, pre-encoded to awaken at any point in time. Meaning his DNA, the structures were pre-encoded to go off like a time bomb of awareness at a designated moment, right? In order to accommodate the light being, the ether being that was to come into his human body, born Tuesday, 12 midnight, June 26 on the planet Earth in Takoradi, Ghana. Now, the reason we want to address his birth is because a lot of people are not aware or haven't been made clear about his Ghanaian family and his descent here on the continent. There's a large York family on the continent, a huge tribal family that migrated between what you call Bassa County, right, in Ghana, as well as not Bassa County. There's a Bassa region, but there's also a Bassa County in Liberia. So this is why Liberia and Ghana has close relations as it relates to the Bassa family. And the Bassa tribe was moving throughout the east coast of the western coast of Ghana and traveled into Liberia and settled there. And this is how they would travel to the Americas. So this is why when you look at the Bassa people, right? If you remember Baba's name, Baba Bawaba Bassa Africa, he used the Bassa tribe, which means stone, right? Or meant a rock. These were people who worked so hard, they were acknowledged as stone people because they used stone to build. And this was a part of their character. They actually came from the Abbasid families in Ethiopia or Abyssinia, right? Through Meroe or Napata, they traveled through the Egypt and over across the sub-Saharan slave trade routes, not slave trade, but sub-Saharan routes that the slave traders eventually used to come capture West Africans amongst the Arabs. However, and East Africans as well, more so East Africans. What's taking place is, okay, give me a second, please. What's taking place is that so this Abassa family came from, or of the Akan clan out in West Ghana, Western region, Takoradi, Tema, Cape Coast, Elamina. These areas are the Akan and the Ewe settled. And what happened is, because prior to 1957, where Ghana became independent, there was no such thing as a Ghana land that you see today. The Gold Coast was not there. So what was established was that they were trade routes that connected various kingdoms. Prior to colonialism, you never had what you call these lines demarcated that the UN has established as the international framework of nationhood prior to colonialism. We didn't have that. We had kingdoms. And these kingdoms was set up to where there were trade routes between each kingdom. And the biggest trade route was between Egypt and West Africa. And it's down into the Niger River, down into the old Ghana kingdom. The old Ghana kingdom, there's maps of the old Ghana kingdom you'll see was, what do you call, established all the way up to Mali. So the Ghana kingdom was very, very large. And the Sudanese kingdom was very, very, or Egyptian was all Sudan, was all Kenya, was all Uganda. That was one particular area. So it was not what you call today. When a person says, this is what Egypt is today, you look at the map, and most people use this day and time map to identify our land. That's not the case. So there's a lot of discrepancies when people say, well, Baba said he was born in Sudan. I have maps literally that speaks about Sudan stretching all the way over to Ghana. In fact, my great grandfather great-great-grandfather, and they all had Ghanaian wives. They all married because the trade routes allowed them to travel directly into Nubia. And you have a Hawk clan that exists in Ghana today, known as the Oyoko, that have established themselves as the Egyptian heirs and the protectors of the sacred or holy seed that the father stems out of. And it's the combination of Panatharu breeding, the males breeding in East Africa, the feminine in West Africa, coming from two different specific star systems. They chose different regions of Africa to breed them, to breed amongst. So the deities of ancient Mekmet would breed with the Ghanaian bloodline, right? And you know that because there's a feminine by the name of Mukbula who had birthed a son to Al-Mahdi Muhammad Ahmed named Abdul Rahman Al-Mahdi, right? Who was the father of Al-Hadi Abdul Rahman Al-Mahdi, who's the father of As-Said Isa Al-Hadi Al-Mahdi, who's my father, and I sit and stand as As-Said Basil Isa Al-Mahdi. I am of the Mahdi bloodline. So I protect the bloodline, and I'm aware of my descendancy. Though people may not be aware of it, they may not know about it because it's been kept secret, right, until this day and time. But it just wasn't for them to know because of the attacks and the slander and the lies that comes out of the mission of freeing the father, which is necessary by us or a particular being to choose to do the job and withstand any and all slander that's coming my way, right? And so this has to be expressed in very detail, but he speaks about it in Pahadean. How the Dongolawe tribe, if you read in verse 6, it says, and this chosen male child was Laduda, born at the exact time on Tuesday at the exact place in Takoradi, Ghana, West Africa, East America, of the Ewe, the Akan clan, and also of the Dongolawe tribe. This was my damam linked to my Dongolawe father, As-Said Al-Hadi Abdul Rahman Al-Mahdi, son of As-Said Abdul Rahman Al-Mahdi, son of Muhammad Ahmed ibn Abdullah Al-Mahdi of 1845, and who passed in 1885 at 40 years old. So the bloodline was connected or linked to Ghana. So this webinar, we're forced to inform the family of these things, and I'm forced to explain and express who I am because there's all of these questions stirring around, and the only thing that the inquisitive people are doing is creating their own answers and slander, and it's affecting Baba's freedom. It's not affecting anyone else, it's affecting his freedom. And so in defense of that, these things have to be made clear, right? And so I'll address that as well. However, him as being born as well, so let's address this David York, right? David York the family was born from Samuel Papa York in Ghana. Papa York was half Portuguese. This is how the Portuguese blood of David York, it got into his bloodline, and he was born from the first woman that he was not married to, right? David York was born in Ghana. People are not aware of that, right? That's why no one knows what happened with David York. Person says, well, what's David York? Where's David York? Where did he come from? You don't know, because the story wasn't told to Baba until later, until we came to Ghana. I came home. This is my home. Most people don't know my mother is a Ghanaian. And people ask, they don't know. They say, oh, that's Baba, Dr. York, Baba is not your father. You don't know that. You just speaking. You just came amongst my family. So you're not aware of what's been taking place in the dark. This is where the magic happens. It happens in the darkness, right? My mother is Ghanaian. Her name is Vernice Mensah, right? She was adopted in Philadelphia by my grandmother named Obedient Pryor, who couldn't have children at the time. So we get ready to get into some very important information. So I think everyone that's listening should share the link, if you can, to those, or tell them to join, because once we get into this information, it's going to be on repeat or replay. However, let me make sure that we are recording, right? We are recording. Yeah. So I think so. Yes. Yeah. So when we get, let me make sure I'm recording so we don't miss this, so we can have it on replays, please. Okay. Right. Okay, so we wasn't, so we continue. So this is what, so when a person, when people are we're asking these questions and this slander is going around, it's infecting you all and it's poisoning your being. Because what the Father is saying, and we'll address that in Divide and Conquer. What he's speaking about is how these specters invade and take over your body, right? They take over your body and they infect your being, because when you listen to lies and you repeat lies, the lies of religion is what causes you all to continue to think in a belief system of religious doctrine. Religious people have this problem. The problem that religious people have, right? And I'm not saying religious people who are Christian, Muslim, and Jew. I'm saying converts or ex-converts of these religious doctrines. They have to confirm their own belief system by accepting the lies that they've been taught. In order to be right, in order to be confirmed, in order to believe and feel confident in what you're saying, you have to actually accept your own lies. And this is how slander is spread. You so vehemently speak about it, and you repeat it and you pass it on, because you have to keep reconverting yourself that what you're saying is actually real, and you have no facts about it. And this is a part of the problem, as it has affected Baba over the last 20 years. And the reason I know it's affected them is because every time a freedom effort came forth, you all went and slandered it and thought you knew the way and thought you understood what he had on the table, when you wasn't chosen to do it. If you was chosen to do it, you would know the legal. Most people are not, or don't read or study the legal enough to say that they're really working on Baba's freedom. And I'm not taking jabs at anyone. I'm saying that this is his life. And with his life on the line, you can't go about your every day acting as if you're doing something, acting as if you're participating, acting as if you're involved, acting as if you have this in place and you have that to maintain a facade or image in the public to keep popular, right? Now that it's unpopular and it's the slander is taking place and people are being gossiped against and even threatened to be put in prison because they're working on his freedom. And this is what's happening amongst the tribe and family. So the Baba in his incarceration and what was supposed to take place, right, was you were all supposed to transform over the last 20 years in what? Mining yourself in the muck and mire to push Atum Re, the sun's light, into the sky, as the scarab beetle does in the sacred symbol of our Wusabat. And all the AO, you'll see this symbol, but no one really knows or understood what it meant or what it represents. And what it represents is very significant as it relates to the freedom fight. And we'll address it in brief. And the reason why it needs to be known is because if you miss the transformation, you miss your ability to do what? To move into this next cycle. And you miss the lift. And this is why we missed it several times. Now, what the master speaks about with this scarab beetle, this scarab beetle possesses very significant abilities that intrigued our ancient ancestors, right? And I'll show this how it ties into Baba's incarceration and his incarnation, and how the mortal beings were supposed to use this time to transform themselves. The scarab beetle in particular, as an insect, possesses very significant abilities, right? What are these abilities? One, it's associated with rolling the sun across the sky. This was spoken of in the papyrus of Ani, right? This being, you see him depicted holding this sun disk in his hands, rolling it across the sky, right? And it disappeared into the night and reappeared again with new life. With that symbolically meant that this beetle would disappear with this Atum-Re disk, the sun would disappear at night. Baba is what people look at as in a disappearing, or at Atum-Re, meaning, or Amun-Re, the hidden one, going into the deep or darkness, being unseen. The Baba in his position within the celestial abode is unseen to you all right now. However, this particular time, right? This particular time was in his hidden secrecy, or hidden from vision. As you say, you have to walk in the sun's light at all times as if it sees you because it does. Well, the sun is still shining. It's just hidden from you all. It's hidden from us. Does it mean he doesn't see us? No, it doesn't. He sees us and he knows exactly what's taking place. However, the Kefre scarab, which represents mortals or human beings, was to raise his sun's light again in a new day or new dawn at Tumre in the east, which is in Africa. His birth or his rebirth was to take place in African soil again, because it's set in the west. That's where the sun set. That's where his incarceration took place. And this is not something this is all in the doctrine. Excuse me, I keep getting these. This is in the doctrine and we'll read it, but let's go over this scarab beetle and understand. Kefre as a solar deity. Now what happens? This scarab, what he does is it fertilizes its dung ball. This dung ball is crap, it's cow dung. And this cow dung is rolled all the way to the horizon. This is what we're doing in this freedom fight. We're in crack right now. We're going through a bunch of SHIT amongst the tribe, amongst the family, amongst slanderers, amongst people of the world, amongst people who've come amongst the tribe and have acted as us to create division and to create discord and to create contention amongst us. We're going through that. We're going through lawyers coming against us and fighting, acting as if they're fighting for us, but really see us as a cash cow. We're going to get the system and the prison and the Justice Department creating obstacles, and the BOP and Baba's health and them torturing him in there, and us inability to come together and congregate, and us not having land to fellowship and and practice our culture and our ceremonies. All of this crap that we're going through, right? But it's the scarab beetle, those who this deity, this mortal deity, who in all of these activities still pushes this dung ball and creates a perfect round ball out of it, which then transforms into the sun, or the raising of the sun. And this true meaning of transformation was spoken about in a letter that the father had wrote in 2007, right? 2027. And I'll read portions of it. It was another name, right? This scarab beetle was another name for triad, Natharu, Atum-Re, Atun-Re, Amun-Re, as the scarab raised the sun, the sun to new life each day or each cycle. We're in a new cycle right now. That's an ad-lib. This new day or new cycle. As in Wu Sabat, and the 24,000 year for mortals to be transformed back into immortals, so that they can return to the abode of Asar and Sahu Orion. The Keper, or Kefre, or transformation, is like the scarab beetle. You understand? So this is not me. This is the words of the Father. The scarab beetle, which deposits eggs into the dung and form this larva, can be seen emerging just as Re-Atum spat out his kadub, right? Re-Atum is the celestial ejaculation that manifests all material matter through the phallus, right, which is Huhi, the magic symbol or the word of the magical power of energy seer and symbol of a manifestation of life, which is the Ben, which Harar or Rehar Aket is acknowledged as coming from the Kadub of his father, which is the reason it's used in Mehmet as Osiris. Ashtet uses the Kadab of Osiris to birth Har without sexual intercourse. This was symbolic of the Atum ejaculating into the universe or spat out new life or new suns that regenerates life continuously, the recycling of life as this 24,000 year cycle has to take place. And the same being has to raise Re Atum or Atum Re, right, back into the sun, back into the sky again as a sun deity. Harar or Horus is a sun deity as well. And the merging of them two being, as it says, Christians picked it up, I and my Father are one, they become one. And you won't be able to get to the Father but by him. This was all adopted from our ancient practice. And the being who's responsible for this freeing of the Father, right, as he came 2,000 years ago to teach, right, to teach people about the Father, lead people back to the Father. You gave him up, you slandered him, you lied against him, you conspired against him, you gossiped against him, you even tried to crucify him and place him in prison. So this is the same thing. And with this scarab, right, bringing forth life again, he has the same job. And he accompanies the Father every time they come to the planet. This is not new. This is not a new doctrine. It's all in your doctrine, but it is something that you must accept and overstand and accept before you miss your Menjet, the boat, that solar boat that takes you back, the transformation that you must partake in. And in order to be successful, you have to toil in all of the crap that you were given over the last 20 years in order to receive the sun's light again. But let's continue with what the Father says. Just as Re Atum spat out his Kadub and life began as Re, the creation of humankind, arose out of the Ben. This is why they say that Jesus or Yahshua or Horus was the life of mortals. Because he's the word. And he manifests his word in flesh. What word? The word of Panatharu, the word of the Father. This is why the Father, Panabab Yayunun, kept saying, I am not the Messiah. I am the Father of him. I came to breed this being. Right? And in breeding this being, he told many of the elders that are aware that he was being bred, this being specifically was being bred in the community. And people were looking for this being, and he had used protection. This is why one of the reasons we have a shrine. And this is not something I'm disclosing any secrets. This is on record. If you listen to, right, the Shriner's class, where he speaks about protecting a particular being, because this is the job, this was what they must do. And he would show himself at a particular time. And the masters told you all that you missed Christ in an update that was placed on Sabians worldwide. He said you missed them because of your aggression. You missed them because of your attitude, the miracles that was in front of you. Because you were raised in religion, you was looking for some spook coming down out of the sky when he would be raised amongst you as you, for you, to do a specific job and carry out the will of the Father only. His concern is not the will of what people say. His concern is not the will of the slanderers or the gossipers. They don't have a say in what the Father says needs to be done. This is why he's called the Word, because the word that comes from the Father, he manifested into the material. And this happened in the same instance where Atum spat out, or the creation or the seed of life, and it was implanted or conceived within the space, and life began to germinate through what you'll call panspermia on the head of the comet, which was the DNA of the the Nathar, and then it ejaculated into space, and it creates a large explosion that creates new life throughout the universes. This is a part of the pattern of Panatharu. But out of that seed, there's a unique being that's born. And it speaks of this is all doctrine. I'll give you the verses, right? A particular being, this in the Matrix, right? A particular being is born out of that particular ejaculation. This being this golden children of Panatharu, which some of us are. However, if you don't allow the transformation to take place because you're partaking in things that he said do not partake of, you're partaking of gossip that he says do not indulge in, you're partaking in slander that he says do not listen to, because you will become possessed by specters of religion that uses belief systems that guide your mind and your body to perpetrate and divide and work against him and his freedom. You're being possessed. Let's read that real quick, where he speaks about these possessions, right? These possessions, he speaks about it in Divide and Conquer. And I'll get back to this, right? It says in Divide and Conquer, he says, so just like Judas, who had a devil spirit. Let me close this for 1 second. Just like, right? Just like, let's read this from Divide and Conquer. So just like Judas, who had a devil spirit overtake him, right? And share the link so people can join. Just like Judas, who had a devil spirit overtake him, also some of you who think you're doing right, doing the right thing, don't know because of years in the religions of Abraham. Listen to that again. Some of you who think you're doing right, this is your Deborahs and your so-called Sabian Nuwaupian assassin. He wants to kill, right? The name speaks about him killing Sabaeans and destroying Sabaeans, and people who intentionally go out and slander and do the works of the devil. You're not doing the works of the Father. If you did the works of the Father, it would speak for itself. You're doing the works of the devil, and it says because you think in 75, you think you're doing the right thing, you don't know you have the evil spirit inside you already. 76, you don't think so. No, you don't. Most of them don't think so. They think they're doing right. They think, oh, I'm just informing the tribe. You're not qualified to inform the tribe. You're not qualified to inform my family of what's going on in the legal, because you're not doing anything for his freedom fight. If you were doing anything for his freedom fight, you still would be doing it, because you would have a legal option available for you to work on, because you would have looked for it, you would have found it, but you're not looking for the legal freedom. You're looking at others who are working, and you're looking at others who you are critiquing. You're looking at others who are doing the best that they can, and you're used by the devil to take them down. You're used by the devil to slander against them. It says in verse 75, you don't feel that way, yet you think and do evil by what? By slander and gossip. By what? By slander and gossip and backbiting. Verse 76, he's speaking about those slanderers. He's speaking about Deborah, who's so-called named Tabitha, Deborah Smith or Deborah Yahuda. And I'm mentioning her name because I have to address her, and I will address her today. So invite these people that have been poisoned by her, the thousands of souls who she's sending away, turning away from the tribe, attacking my family, attacking New York, attacking the elders, attacking people who Baba has as his support, because you'll see in the very next verse how it talks about the same character, a person that says they think me, only me. It's about me, what I'm doing, what I'm teaching, what I'm saying, what I know, right? It all speaks about this in this particular section of divide and conquer. Let's continue. 77. It says, you're wicked. Jawed, wicked and evil spirits. It's not the person. The person may have, they have their personality, right? They do. However, the Father is saying it's the spirits that make you think you're right and all others are wrong. So when you listen to these broadcasts and you see a person saying, every last person, you got all these people on the wall, every last person, everyone is evil. Every last person that you've come in contact with is evil for some reason, right? Every person that you've had, there's only one common denominator in the whole picture. It's you. You're the common denominator. Everyone else evil, but the Father is explaining, and this is why it's important to read. These people are not reading these actual facts. They're in these old doctrine and using Ansar law, Melchizedek, order of Melchizedek, jinn, and devils, and things of that nature. That's not in our doctrine. The devil in our doctrine is a satyr, it's a goat man. The word devil is only used twice in the Bible, in Leviticus and in Chronicles. It's not even used in the Bible in reference to a jinn or beings that human beings. That's not what it says. When it speaks about goat man, it speaks about sa'ir, right, which is hairy, the same word used for Esau. So your doctrine is outdated. We don't use Melchizedek. That's Mesopotamian doctrine. So when you hear people speak, because they're stuck in those old schools, speaking about, oh, I was an Ansar, I was a part of Ansar, there's no proof Deborah, you was amongst the Ansar. There's no proof Kedar and this guy Kansu, none of these people, all of them slanderers, you wasn't amongst us. There's no pictures of you all amongst us. There's no pictures of you all amongst in Savior's Day. There's no pictures. You wasn't on the land. You wasn't building up state. You wasn't working and sacrificing like our elders were doing upstate New York and in Brooklyn doing guard and below freezing temperatures. You wasn't protecting the children. I didn't see you amongst as a Mukminu myself. I didn't see you amongst the family. No, you was not there. You've been possessed. And because you're not reading, you can't get the healing. 78, your evil spirit walk-ins take over your Akal mind and Katal body. 79, you curse at all others. This is the Father's words. This is God's words. He's saying you curse at all others. There's only a few people that get on these what do you call, YouTubes and start cursing at people. You cursing at listeners that are just joining in the public, and you're cursing as if you see a person face to face. You're trying to get emotional allure. You're trying to emotionally feed people to attract them to you. The same thing that these six ether spirit forces do when they affect you on these lower abodes. They use your emotions to attach themselves to you because you're weak. So she has to lower. I'm talking about Deborah Smith, the one that kept Baba in prison and wasn't allowed, right, used her letter to keep him from fighting on his freedom fight. She claims all others are responsible for keeping him locked up when we have the proof, and I'm going to pull it up to show you that it was her letter that was responsible for keeping him in there. And the reason why she's pointing at everyone else and three fingers is pointing back to her. This is on transcript. And she was being used and still being used because she is possessed. You curse at all others, blame all others. This is what they're doing. You listen to this guy, some so-called Kedar, whatever his name is, a Nuwaupian assassin who's out to try to hurt, but I'm not going to let you do anything to our tribe. You're not in a position to do it. You still working for the Mukasu. You're still a slave to the white man. So you're not even liberated yourself to try to liberate us and speak to us about what we need to do. You're a janitor for Martyr. We've never had a person speak amongst our tribe that was working for the Mukasu, the same one that arrested our father. The same one that put our father in the penitentiary. The same one that used the money from Georgia, the taxpayers' money, to incarcerate and put him on trial. Yet you want to be the one to speak about our family, speak about our people, and you have so much to say. right? So these people are not qualified because you see, when you blame all others, you sneak around for lustful greed and you think money. This is why they put these cash apps under their YouTube channels. Thinking me. Wealth. That's all you're thinking about, wealth. You're not doing anything for Baba. You're using my father's people to feed yourself off of gossip and slander. Let's go to 80. And what do? You pretend. This is out of Divide and Conquer. Verse 80. You pretend to be holy. You pretend to be holy and righteous, when in your heart is wickedness and evil screaming all the time. There's no way you can get on these chats and these slander groups and always spewing evil. That's coming from inside. It's coming from in you. It's not coming from outside. You don't see that amongst our people. You don't see that amongst our family. You don't see that amongst me. You don't see that amongst our elders. We don't do that because we follow the Father's words. And we know in enjoying the Patarak and the actual facts that he sacrificed his life for by going to prison and writing it, right? We understand what he's saying. Let's move on to verse 81. You sometimes unknowingly, that's why I said unintentionally, right? You sometimes unknowingly, right? Oh, okay. Right, okay. Austin Elbridge, that's funny. I was looking for his name. This guy, Kedar, Austin Elbridge, right? They want to try to use people's names and things of that nature, names that they say that these are these people's names. But this dude Austin, I'm glad Tawatek for that, right? So I'm reading what the Father says these that, not Duswa. So if you come back with a rebuttal, you better rebuttal the Divide and Conquer, because he's telling you what you're doing. You just don't read it, so you know. I'm informing the family, the tribal members, of the activities that you are indulging in, so we can right the wrong and move forward in love and unity, real love and unity. And then I'm going to expose everyone and put their stuff out there, right? Because they claim they want to expose people. It wasn't until Panatharu gave us permission. Because Baba said, if you think you can expose people before Panatharu, you think you know more than I know, you think you know these people more than me, then that's your ego. How you going to expose someone that Baba has around as if you know more than him? So you're basically putting yourself above the Father. You're basically saying, I'm telling you something the Father doesn't know. So you don't really agree that he's all-knowing. You don't really acknowledge him as who he is, as the master of heaven and earth. You don't really accept him as Panabab Yanun. You don't really accept that he knows and puts everything in the doctrine for us to learn. You don't really accept that. If you did, you would allow him to show who and what people are in this day and time. But you took it upon yourself because the spirit in you thinks that you're right. And that's what it says in verse 78 and verse 79. Verse 81. You sometimes unknowingly work against our people. You work to divide. You literally, every month, every week, you have an open forum and you stole Pamos Batu, the name. I'm talking about this guy, Austin, because I'm coming at him directly with my sword out, the sword of my tongue, right? Because for some reason you place yourself in a position where you're the spokesperson for our tribe. There's only one person that speaks for our tribe, and that's our Father. You're not qualified. He's given nobody else the ability to speak for our nation. He's given nobody else the ability to speak for him unless he chooses you or appoints you to do so. So what does it say? You work against our people. You work to divide our family. You work to divide our tribe. You work to divide our nation, yet you don't know it, as Judas felt he was doing the right thing. This is the whole thing. These people think they're doing right. That's the problem. They don't know that they don't, because they don't hear themselves. And this is what he said. For his people, you feel the same. Verse 82. You sometimes unknowingly work against our people. You work to defy, no, pardon me, verse 82. You say, I love Baba. This is what they all do. You notice the first thing, I love Baba more than everybody. I love Baba more than anyone, right? Right? I love Baba more than anyone. I love Baba more than, he says it right here. You say, I love Baba. You say, I love Pops. You say, I love Yanun, Atumre, Doc, Malachi, Isa. I really love him. And you do. It was a class where Deborah said, Baba, I love you. He said, I know you do. But what does he say in the next line? Yet your familiar spirits, your walk-ins, hates me. For the great work I do to break the spell of Leviathan, the spell of religious faith to trust in Malik, 84. Listen to this. They know who I really am. It's the spirits that's possessed, that you're possessed by, the lies that you've accepted. You know it's a lie because you had to lie to get people to listen to you with the sensationalism lying, telling people I had 6 toes. Some ridiculous lie like that. You had to lie on a so-called deformity that you thought I had. There are people with 6 toes and 6 fingers. There are people on the planet with many deformities, but we're not supposed to make fun of those people, first and foremost, because you may end up in a deformed situation, a car accident, things happen to people that are unfortunate. And us as Sabians, we always are supposed to be grateful to Panatharu for our great health and the gifts that we were given to have a beautiful and healthy katat and have a beautiful and healthy akal and have a beautiful and healthy ba'a soul. These are things that we're gifted with. So you had to lie. And I didn't answer none of those. I didn't answer those slanderous things because I was working for my father. But y'all are forcing me now because your slander is breaking up and I'm defending. I'm here as a defender of my father's tribe and my legacy. I was born here. I was raised here. I didn't come and convert to this doctrine. There's elders that know me and adopted me when I was 12 years old that are on the stage as panelists right now. They know me from then. I was a Mukmanoon raised amongst us. And I was taught and told that this is what I would have to do. I would have to defend our nation. I would have to be an ambassador. And I would be groomed to learn and speak the word. This is why I'm going through the word to show the family that the father spoke about these people before they even started their shenanigans. But Deborah been doing her thing ever since she was mysteriously pops up in Clayton County 4 months after our father was arrested under a mysterious charge. And then all of a sudden writes a letter about Liberia that ends up in the in the Fed's hands. How? How does a letter from you, Deborah, and I'll pull it up. Just give me a second. We're going to go through this. But I want to read and address this first. Right? Because this is what's been on my mind. Right? It says 84. They know who I really am and how I can Shafei heal our people so they walk inside you while you are angered. Right? Right? He said they walk in you while you're angry and use you against my what? Hafushdom, his freedom. You're being used against his freedom. Not only are you being used against his freedom, but he says you're also being used against his life. You're agents of these 6 ether forces and you're being used. And he warns you in the next verse. I, Panabad, Yananan. Everyone remember this verse. The master, Yanun, am directing anyone who thinks they're good, who thinks they're trusted, who thinks they're loyal and devoted one, while out of your mouth comes forth slander, gossip of other Sabians. I warn you, it's not you It's not really you at work. It's a walk-in. This is what he's saying about you, about people that slander. You can be devoted, you can be loyal, but it shows by you not spewing slander and gossip. He goes further. Right? This is what they create. In verse 96, he says, these people delude you into trusting them. Trust me. I've been around. I know what's going on. I was around in the Ansar days. Ansar days. Ansar days. The Ansar days went out in 1989. 89 was the year. The next few years, we had the 19 classes. In about 1991. 92 is when we purchased the land. The Elohim class was happened in 91 because I was a disciple in those years. I went from a Mukmanu from Philadelphia, right, to a disciple. My mother gave consent for Baba to have custody over me. That's why I was able to move into the community, because I wanted to live with my father. So people say, oh, I am my father's son. It doesn't matter whether you accept it or not. You don't know how many brothers and sisters I had. You don't know the background of when my father came to Philadelphia. I didn't learn it until later. So it's not like I understood it the whole time, but I didn't let everyone else know because it's none of your business. Because you would do the same thing you did to all my other brothers and sisters. Try to hurt them, slander them, fight against them. The devil was after specific children or seed because they were looking for a specific one. That's what happened. That's what he said. So when you read this 96, he said, these beings delude our tribe, our people, into trusting them. And delude you other Sabaeans into trusting them. Or trusting you, he's speaking to. 97. Stop Akfor. Afkor, sorry, my apology. Stop Afkor. Think of your real reasons for slandering and gossiping about others. Not what you feel, listen to this, not what you heard, because the only thing that's making people slander is what they heard. You haven't witnessed anything. They have all these allegations and things they say about me. There's not one victim. These are all lies. These are people saying this person did a thing. And the reason you know this is because no one has come forth to actually say that I did anything to anybody. And the person that claimed they did, where's the police report? Let me face my accusers. Don't bring the same method you used against Baba. Y'all use the same method. He told me literally they were going to do this to me. In a phone call in 2007, when I was going to his house for over 10 years, I was the only one allowed in my father's house to speak to him on the phone for over 10 to 12 years. My aunt will bear witness to this. My Mugdaltat, my mother's Kadashtat, and Nababtat will bear witness to this. And he told me, be careful. These people are very vindictive, and they're going to do the same thing that they did to me. They're going to bring those same allegations against you. He said, but it's designed that way. That's what most people don't know. He said, it's designed that way. So you could feel exactly what I'm going through. That's what he said. So this is why I'm not moved by that. People are like, where all these allegations come? Don't you find it strange that they're slandering the same people over and over? Every time a freedom fight comes up, there's an allegation against me. There's some slander against me. And I'm not patting myself on the back because there's nothing to be proud of. I'm just expressing to you all because you know, you hear it. I don't hear it. I don't hear it because the slanders don't come to me because I'll address it. They say it on their podcast. They say it to the family. But don't you find it strange that over 15, 16, 17 years, they've been saying the same thing? And you cannot find an arrest record of me anywhere with those allegations. They're totally false. I have no arrest record or been accused of anything violent, anything domestic violence. I have not been accused of that. And if I was, I beat the case by trial pro se that I took on my own and defended myself in court on my own because I'm proficient in law to such a degree that I can fight my own jury trials. And I have 2 on record. And I was winning all my traffic cases. And I won all my cases for any charges, that false allegations that came against me. I've never been arrested or incarcerated for any of those vile acts that's coming out of these people's mouths. Everything some sexual and pedophilia and all of these words the devil introduced you to because it's easy to rouse up people's emotions. And he knows you're moved off sensationalism. All you have to do is read Emotional Energy, because the moment he attaches your emotions and gets you all involved in your feelings, like he does with movies and in religion, those are the 2 places emotions control you. Emotions don't dictate any knowledge in any of those institutions, not in your academics, not in your scholarship, not in your sciences, anthropology, biology, astrophysics, astronomy. None of the high intellectual science are dictated by emotions. So why are they using emotions to control you? Because that's how they control religious people. And you're being controlled by using these emotions. But this is what they did. The devil saw it worked when they did Baba the same way. Everybody was moved off of emotions. The facts went out the door. The moment you said, oh, child, and that's why I keep telling these people who speaking on Baba's behalf or so-called in these rooms, and you're defending the father, stop using this word. They're trigger words. They're designed to trigger your emotions. That places a spell on your mind. That M word, that's not used. That was not in court. That wasn't what he was tried for. There were no children on the stand. So when you defend him and you use the child M word, you're introducing the devil's strategy into planting a seed and triggering the mind. It makes people uncomfortable because everyone identifies with the child. So all you have to do is say someone did something to a child and he's automatically guilty because you were a child at one time. So you can identify with it. So you create in the space of your mind a connection, and then you begin to accept it if you're religious, because it takes nothing but emotions to convert a religious person. I can give you any belief, and if it's sensationalism, if it's fear, then you're converted. That's how they converted you to Islam. You converted to Christianity because of fear of going to hell, fear of retribution, fear of what Allah is going to do to you. So you converted and say, well, I don't want that to happen to me. You created an image in your mind. It's spoken about in the mind's eye. You create the image by which you converted to because your brain works as a hologram. So if I tell you a story and I create it in your mind, the holographic image from your thoughts creates a real image. So you begin to think as if these acts actually took place. And that's what happened in court. And that's what happened in the media. And they sensationalized Bob and said, he did such and such and such and such. And if I become the authority, then you begin to visualize these acts. And then some people actually believe it. And that's what happened in trial. They said, well, I was told this happened to me. I have the affidavits. The affidavits were a part of one of the ways he could have got out was through prosecutorial misconduct. Because the prosecutors came to the father, right, and came to these alleged victims, right, and said, this is what Dr. York did. And he knows how the brain works. This is why they created the computer. I put the image. You cried over E.T. You cry over a movie, and they willingly wrote it down and created fabricated stories, and you will get emotionally involved where it affects you physically. That's how easy human beings are controlled. And so they're using the same method against us to divide us by giving you images that you think are real. So you begin to perpetrate it when you spread the slander to someone else. Did you hear what such and such did? and you'll put D.I. did at the end. It goes from what I heard he did until what they said he did until what he did. And this is how they use you in this way. And so when you read 97, it says, stop and think of the real reason for slandering and gossiping about others, not what you heard of them or feel about them, only what is making you feel, right? Only what is making you feel. Listen, this is what the Father is saying. Only what is making you feel, you have the right. Ask these people, what makes you feel you have the right to speak out against them for any reason? What gives you the right? You can say, well, I was hurt. So not what you feel, because he's saying not what you heard or what you feel, not what you heard. That's not the real reason. It's not what you heard, because you hear stuff every day. It doesn't mean you're going to repeat it. It doesn't mean you're going to slander. You hear things about all types of celebrities. You hear things about all types of people, right? On the news, in the media. You do. You hear them. You hear things about them. You don't go out and slander and gossip about it. You don't go onto YouTube and make a channel about it. So it's not what you heard. You can't use that as an excuse, because there's other examples of you hearing things that you don't speak about. And he says, or what you feel about them. You have a lot of feelings about people. You don't speak about them. You have feelings about this girl, Deborah, said, oh, Polite was arrested, right? But don't believe the hype. He's from Brooklyn. Don't believe what you heard about him, right? In his case. I'm like, why you telling people not to believe what you heard about him? And they had DNA. He admitted to it, took the time. But you're telling our family, don't believe what you heard about him. But you want everyone to accept what you're speaking about, the freedom fighters of the Father. You're working to divide. Listen to this verse clearly. Only what is making you feel you have the right to speak out against them for any reason. All them people again. Now, what does verse 98 say? These familiar spirits conspire against me. They will say they are protecting Baba. These are the spirits possessed people. They're protecting Baba. They will say they are helping Baba. He says all the time, they're trying to stop my divine works, right? And so they use these familiar spirits to make you think that you're what? Doing the right thing and working for Baba, right? Now, let's move forward. When he speaks about this same spirit, he say the slanderers will look at themselves and say, I don't lie, I'm not, I'm doing the right thing, or I'm righteous. Truth be told, you are the problem. And there are many like you, you don't realize you are the problem. You claim you accept Panatharu, sees all, and looking over us, you say this is from your own mouth, yet you step forward and cast judgment on others as if you are the overseer to do the work of our overseers, as if you have to right all wrongs, as if you have to right all wrongs. Is that not saying our protectors, our ancestors are not looking over us? Aren't you admitting if you have to tell people who's who that we don't have protection over our tribe, that Baba doesn't have protection from the slanderers or some people that's conspiring against him? Aren't you saying that if you have to expose these people, you're saying you are doing the work of Panatharu. You're putting yourself in the position of a God. You're putting yourself in the position of a leader. You're putting yourself in the position of the best judgment maker. You're putting yourself in a position that we all are stupid. We all are ignorant. We don't know. You're the only one that knows, Deborah. You're the only one that knows, Albert, whatever his name is. You're the only one that knows, huh? No one else on the planet knows except you. You've been given, right? You've been given this information. You have more knowledge than the Father. It says, is that not saying our protectors are not looking over us and expose whomever they feel the time is right, not you, you are separating both seed and offspring. You intentionally went out and hurt the generations of our tribe by slandering people who have children amongst us. The children of these elders that you're slandering, you have them looking at their own parents in a side-eye view. And you wonder why you don't have children. Let's get to that. Deborah, why you don't have children? Why has Panatharu cut off your seed? As the book of Psalms says. Why don't you have a mate? Why don't this guy, what's his name? Austin, why don't you have a wife? Why don't you have children? Is it because Panatharu cut your seed off? Because of the devilish, demonic acts of dividing our tribe that you've caused? Why is it that you're not a mother, a divine feminine that's passing on her mitochondria? Is your mitochondria not divine to pass on? Look at that. Question yourself and question why you've been cut off and you don't have no more children to carry on, and why your face won't be seen on the planet anymore, and why your genealogy or lineage won't be a part of Wusabat any longer. That should be enough for you to shut your mouth, because there's other stuff that will be exposed on this webinar tonight. And you're going to have to answer these questions. Lying about everyone, everybody, blaming others, just so you can say, send me some money because I'm doing something for Baba's work. The last time they sent you money is when you was found arrested for credit card fraud in Orlando. And don't say because I have the police record. And I have your charges of larceny, disorderly conduct, and battery and assault. And the arrest that you was arrested with, that you claim you was in Clayton County for, there is no arrest record for Clayton County in 2002. You don't have no arrest record like Sil said you was brought to the prison for him in the transcripts. Answer that. Answer why is your letter the only one used to prove Baba was a flight risk, which hindered him from being able to do what? To fight his own case. How is it that your letter ends up saying, oh, we going to Liberia when Liberia wasn't even in the public forum? How is it that a CO or correction officer comes to you out of thousands of inmates in Clayton County and tells you, as Sil said, the officer was instructed to tell you to write this letter? Oh, you think I don't? Let's pull it up. Let me finish Baba's words and then I'll address that, because I want to focus on these slanderers and liars and gossipers that's being used. So I hope this webinar exercises the evil out of these people, because you're not going to win against the son of the father. You're not going to win against the elders of our tribe. You're not going to win against none of our devoted family members of the lodge. You're not going to win against the OES. You're not going to win against the headquarters in New York or the Sabian headquarters in Africa, because we're all unified. So your few little Shanti or Zulu YouTube posts or whatever you're doing that doesn't have Baba's face on there. We don't practice Santa. We don't indulge in Santa Merry Christmas. You want your face in the forefront. You want people to look at you when you don't want to tell people that you've been abused your whole life. That's why you're hurting and you're hateful against your own kind, because you're black, you're a dark-skinned woman. And we all know how dark-skinned people are treated in America. We know you've been abused. We know you have hate inside your heart. We know you have disloyalty in your heart. We know that you can't stand people who are doing the right thing, because their righteousness shows your unrighteousness. So the only thing that you're expressing is how you've been abused your whole life, and you don't have love within your heart to address people with kindness and address people with questions to get clarity. You just would rather lie. And you're so stuck in the mud of your lies that you can't pull yourself out. So now the people going to have to question you. So let's do this. I'm going to pull up some things that I would like for people to show. So that's the end of, no, let me finish this. Pardon me. I don't want to get all over the place. It says, and this is divide and conquer. It says you are separating both seed and offspring. I want to deal with the words of the Father first. It says you're separating both seed and offspring, converts and old timers. This is what you're responsible for. This is what, when the vileness comes out of your mouth, understand that you're responsible for separating the old timers, the family that is passing or transitioning. As you speak about our saint Zenitra, you have a nerve to speak about our transition system. What ego you had to speak negative on a woman who dedicated her life to the freedom fight. And because you're in this side of the equation and you're in your borrowed body for a few more years, you want to talk about someone who's lost their life in sacrificing for the freedom of the Father. The audacity of yourself, the audacity of those spirits that has possessed your body to where you can't even speak without cursing. A feminine who's supposed to be taught by the Father, our women never speak in that manner. They always uphold their customs and traditions and culture and move with quiet dignity and grace and get the job done. And their work speak volume. They don't come over here with a disgusting serpent, poisonous serpent mouth and speak negatively against our elders. And there's nothing you can do to rectify because you sent souls away and those souls are on your hand. And you are the sole responsible person for our father being incarcerated. Not everyone else. You pointed the finger at everyone else, and I have the proof of it. And I'm going to show the family the transcript live, and I'm going to share the documents for those that don't know to show that you are the liar. You are the slanderer. You are the one that kept Baba in prison. You are the one that is coming after the freedom fighters that are still here and has been here for 22 years. And we are not being attacked by the devil. The only devils that's attacking us is the ones that's playing as us, that came amongst us. As he said in Patarak, you came amongst us. There's no proof you lived in Bushwick Avenue because we have your address history. There's no 717, 715, 711, Hart Street. You claim you was amongst, you was walking with Baba. You don't have no pictures with Baba. You don't have no address that said you lived in the community. You don't have no pictures of you in a Kimar. And your name is not Deborah Yahuda. You signed it Deborah Smith on your affidavit. And you acknowledge that it was used to keep Baba in prison as a flight risk. But you're so intelligent that you wrote a letter that kept him in prison, knowing that it could keep him as a flight risk. Everybody knows that when you try to get bond, you have to prove that you're going to come to trial, that you're going to prove you're going to be around. So why would you listen to a CEO officer and write a letter that said, Baba, we want to go with you to Liberia, and you wasn't even invited to Liberia? In 1999, you wasn't even on the land at our Zed Fest, one of the most important Zed Fests that we ever had. Why? Because it says you was incarcerated on June 22nd for stealing somewhere in Connecticut. I have the proof. And I'm going to show it. So let's move on. So that's what it says. Let's move forward. It says, if it is announced to the slanderers, this is the Father speaking. If it is announced to the slanderers to stop the gossip, they say, I am neither. Instead of repenting, which you should do, and I advise you to do it today, instead of repenting, you respond with self-righteousness along with evil deeds. So come with your evil deeds, come with your spilling of the vileness out of your mouth, and let's move forward with this. Move forward with these quotes from Patarak that speaks more about gossip and slandering, right? Because we're not done. The Father has written much more. Let me make sure I had it. Let me make sure, right? The father's written many, many quotes and many, many patriarchs about it. Right? Let's go back. Let's go to somewhere. Let's go here, right? Now, this is for the slanderers as well. I'm not done because I'm not going to address you all anymore after this. We're going to stick to what we came to this webinar for, it's to focus on Baba's freedom. And I advise this attendees, I appreciate you all. If you're coming in late, that's fine. It's not a problem. But send the link out and tell people what's taking place right here on this webinar, because it's not going to be the last one. So we're going to go, and we're correcting, we're trying to rid the tribe of these slanderers. Chapter 81, this is a reading from New Babel. I think it was read by my good elder Hymnatir, if I'm not mistaken. 45, be prepared. This is for people that spoke against Africa. There's a lot of people, when we talk about return home Africa, they're so stuck on this Adamite and his ways, they don't accept this part of the doctrine. This dude Austin loved to speak about the language, loved to speak about the Lahaj. Baba said people cling onto areas of the doctrine that makes them look good, but the doctrine, the part that they don't like, they do away with it. You don't hear people talking about what he says about moving to Africa. You don't hear that. Why? Ask yourself why you don't hear people speaking about what Baba says if you're a follower, a true devotee. 45, be prepared for your journey by then Sabaeans, the first lift. 46, be prepared to come out of this evil and wicked place. What wicked place? The Americas. Point blank. It's evil and it's wicked. And the spirit inspectors that have been cast down to the planet from the Igigi, who were cast down in spirit form, never to take on the physical body, and roams the planet, particularly Babylon, as spirit specters to take on the bodies of people of the religious doctrine or the religious mind. It creates a conceited mentality, an all-righteous mentality, because only thing you have to do is believe in order to be right. How convenient. I can believe a lie and be totally right and convince myself it is right. Be prepared. It says, come out of her, my people. This is in Revelations 18. Babylon, the cage of every unclean spirit, right? Every unclean spirit and wicked, what they call it, foul. It's foul there. These are the Anunnaki seed. And the cage of every unclean bird. It is a cage that attracts specters, and our people have been possessed by these specters. And the only healing you have is the doctrine. The second healing, as he speaks about, is Africa, because you have to remove yourself from the environment. Be prepared to come out of this evil and wicked place. 47, be prepared to return home. Be prepared. That means you would have to have prepared yourself. Not be prepared as you're reading this, but be prepared when it's time to go, you'll be able to go. So the preparation should have taken place. But you have this dude, Zoser, this Caucasian Adamite white boy, him and Kansu, James Marshall, another slanderer, who has an arrest record, and I'll put his face up too so you can be aware of him. Raise your hand, you can raise your hand. Raise your hand when it's time. Someone raise their hand. This dude, James Marshall, who plays himself as Kansu, who helped, he was on the call, he helped with the book, Dr. York book, etc., etc. But did he tell you he just was arrested for choking and strangling his wife, his ex-baby's mom? Right? Coming over critiquing the African race as a Caucasoid, playing both sides of the fence. And you know, he had a video he just posted talking about these two guys in Liberia, talking about, oh, we went to Echo, Liberia was a lie, etc., etc. No, you're the liar. And this is just 3 of the slanderers I'm exposing. And I'm not exposing you just because I want to. I'm exposing you because I have to. I was told to. And I have your police record. I know about you robbing a bank in 2010, but you claim to be amongst us. You all online and Facebook typing, ha, 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 finding yourself trying to get emerge or mesh into our tribe and our family. This other dude, Zozer Munthar, who comes amongst us because he goes to Atlanta, go to the bookstore a few times. Well, you've been arrested for the last 15 or 10 years. All these criminals trying to point out somebody else's arrest record. Arrest record for driving? That's all I have an arrest record for. Driving. License, not coming to court. Because I don't respect their courts because I knew they were created in fraud. And that's why we was able to win our land. But that's neither here nor there. Let's get to what you've done on record. And I'll post that as well. So these people who, when we talked about, as the father said, being prepared to go to Africa, when I put out Return Home Africa, and I got the quote from the book. It says it in verse 50 of the 24 elders, be prepared to come to Africa to bring everything that you've learned in America and bring back to Africa. The whole job or the whole point of the doctrine is to come back home. But that part of the doctrine, no one's talking about because they want you to be stuck over there with the Mukasu. So when it falls, they can take your soul. And our job is to bring the Father back home. That's why we're here. And no, you're not going to know what we're doing here and why we're doing it here. So you could try to sabotage like you did when I was in the US. And I was told to leave. I didn't leave, and I didn't leave because I wanted to. I was told to come back home to my home and Baba said, get back with my family over there. Sakina knows, Nasaktet knows that Baba said his family is in Africa. They know who I am. They know what he said. But the slander has caused you all to look at Africa or Ghana as what's going on over there? Is it a money scam? Is it a this? Is it a that? Y'all start questioning all of these things, but don't question the Mukasu's taking your money to keep his system up that's keeping Baba incarcerated. You questioning money so much, but you still paying him your taxes. You questioning money so much that you still allowing him to charge you every month 30 days just to live. Twice every 2 weeks to paying his bills. You paying for water. You paying for food. Things that Panathardo gave you free in the continent. 47, be prepared to return home to Ghana or Africa for the second and last life. 48, I, Manzal Nazdar Nababre Akfata, has made a way for you. Yet you all must vibrate as I have vibrate in unison. First, my people. 50, you must first clean yourself inside out. You must first clean yourself. Okay, 3, there's attendees who have raised. Let me see something. Hold on, please. I mean, I just, right, why, okay, some questions. Slandering us, okay. I'll get to the questions, please. All of your questions, I will definitely get to, okay? So please, bear with me. I'm just trying to, this is our first time we went. Oh, pardon me, no. Pardon me. I brought somebody up by accident, promote to be able to speak. And I'll get everyone involved soon. But just be patient. There's some things I would like to address. There's one, I'm just trying to see something real quick. I'm working as well as hosting. There's some questions. All right, so hands will be allowed to be raised. There's some people, Amun Patah, I don't know if you raised your hand. Okay. Okay. Please, when I allow permission to speak, you raise your hand and you'll be able to speak and ask questions. But I want to get through what our Father is saying. And if it all be so kind, please pass this right? Send this link out to people because I'm getting ready. I'm going through some important things that we must know that the Father said. Let me get back to this. So verse 49, yet you all must vibrate as I vibrate in unison first, my people. 50, you must first clean yourself inside out and outside in. 51, so that you will not have the cursed seed of Hikit Kasut, children of Patanim Kao, and their many diseases in your blood. Now, that's one, right? Let's go to for slanderers. This is for people. This is in chapter 14. This is for people who come amongst us and they were questioning. There was a lot of people questioning Patarak. I don't forget that people question Baba about Patarak in actual facts. Right? This is verse 56. The evil will say, they are wicked, talking about us. They are wicked. They did not receive the message from Pa Manzala Munda Babre. They only seek to deceive you. 57. Now, these Negroes, he's calling them Negroes, are the true liars, and they, out of ego, wish to deceive you. Right? You who have been with me for years know my mode of speech, the words I use, and the message I bring. So this is a question for these they're basically Caucasoid Adamites amongst us. One has red hair, called Zozer, called himself Zozer, because he liked the light eyes, and he wants to pick the light-skinned seed to identify with, to cast a spell over us. A lot of them half-breeds like Michael Basia and Rick, all them guys, they were part of us, and because they couldn't control us, right, control the dark seed, right, because they couldn't control us, they moved on because they wanted to rule the seed of the Nagaru. And this is why that guy, I wish I had his name, he comes online and he questions all of the updates, but he says, I've been around Baba, I know Baba, right? And they use this light-skinned image to perpetrate superiority, but it doesn't work. It doesn't work on us Africans. We know your kind. We know that they use you. And Baba says it in many of his writings where he speaks about the African seed and how they use light-skinned Mukasu to cast a spell, right? In chapter 31 of Patarak, it says 43, if you were dark-skinned with nappy hair, you could only be accepted if you play a music instrument, bug your eye, tap dance, and action as servants in movies. If not, you had nothing, no chance, right? They hated being black. To this day, it says when the government, 44, when the government, U.S. government and Wall Street failed and banks closed, no money, no food, Africans in America suffered the most. So Negroids hated being what they are. They hated being black skin. This is Deborah. She hated being black. She hates herself. That's why she hates you. That's why she hates us. Because if you have love in yourself, you wouldn't hate your people. So this is the spool of hate because she really hates being dark. And she doesn't know that African, we love ourselves. We love who we are. 47, to this day, the children of, this is Baba, to this day, the children of dark-skinned parents are kept back, blocked, abused, and the world over. Right? Let's go. I just want to read this one verse where it speaks about, right? It speaks about the DNA. The ghost by the master teacher, verse 112, it says, you can be around other than your own kind for a while, yet must return to your own. You have to return to Africa to recharge, or you will become weak and start living in their image, sound like them, and your soul will weaken and fade out. Verse 113, the wicked race knows this and feeds off of you. And this is why they hate you, yet won't let you return to Afafre Ka'u. They won't let you return to Africa. Now, this is speaking about these Mukasu mixed breeds that that is in our tribe. This next verse is very vital to what I'm speaking about. And I'm going to put his picture up. This guy, what's his name? Sullivan. Yeah, this guy Sullivan. That's him, right? James Marshall Sullivan is his name. right? I'm going to show you his picture. And if you know him, you'll understand why, pardon me, why I'm putting his face up, because Baba is speaking about him in this verse. The only way they would accept you, this is not a challenge, I'm saying the only way they'd accept you in their system, the United States, was if you were light-skinned or a mixed breed with light eyes and thin hair. This breed will do anything to please their master. Now, let's read this chapter 31, Patrak, verse 57. The genetically half-breed will do whatever pleases the Caucasoid, say anything, and act any way to be accepted. You, verse 127 of the ghost, you will try and look like, talk like, act like them to please or be accepted by them. It is all done, listen to this, people. It is all done by sending light and sound into your eyes, to your brain, your emotions, under control by them, mental slaves who think they are free. This is our doctrine. What does it say in verse 31? Nagardo Negroids have been hypnotized by their lights and sounds to trust them, who hate them and kill them, to kill for them, work for them, and deny Africa, African and kind for them. You deny Africa for them because you've been hypnotized by the lights, not by what you read, not by what you necessarily go. You don't have to go into their religious institutions. So Sabaeans are our family. We don't have to go into their places of worship or identify with a Muslim or rub. All you have to do is have their lights in your eyes. Or when you see their advertisements, when you listen to their radio stations, when you hear their sounds, when you listen to their news, their authority is constantly breeding the genes and creating the inferior. It weakens you because you are not seeing yourself as a deity. You're seeing them as the controller of your fate and your destiny. And it doesn't allow you to look at Africa. Read the Sacred Feminine in 221 says this: you sleep with them, crossbreed with them, and you take on the curse of leprosy, their diseases and their germs, their sicknesses. You claim, and so in time you lose your very boss soul to them. 222. You claim, I'm not African. 226. You are mixed. You now have them in you. However, they don't accept you. Their system was designed by their overlords this way. Now, let's go to, okay, that's pretty much, I'll find the verse where it speaks about the genetic breeding of this light-skinned group of Negroids who go out to deceive you because of their image and their complexion. They do that in many ways. Okay. I think it's in the beginning. Okay, but let me put up this guy's picture. So I want you to see him. So you'll know who I'm talking about. Right? This is the Mukasu. Right? This is his his name is James Marshall Sullivan. This is one of his court cases. You see that? Right? He plays as he's one of us, but he's really Mukasu, white boy, who's infiltrated our nation and has placed himself as one of our family members or amongst the tribe. But what's funny is, let me show you this too. I got his whole file. Let me pull up this guy's file. Right? This one, right? And this one. And yeah, so I'm just working this. Okay, it said please move away. Let me see this one too. What is this? Oh, my screen is paused. All right, let me just close it. Say it's paused because I'm too close. I'm just learning how to work, so bear with me. I'm trying to share a lot with you. Okay, let me close this. Okay. Let me close this. All right. Pardon me. All right, let me close this. Legal docs. Close. What are y'all seeing on stage? Just type it in the chat. Okay. All right, so let's see something. All right, so, okay, so you see this. Okay, so I'm getting ready to show you something else, right? Stop sharing. So that's the Mukasu guy. And this is, I have to do this because these guys are playing games. So let me show you this here. This is let me see all my screens. Okay. This is his FBI. This is an article that was this it. Okay, so on Thursday, September, that's the other one. That's the second part. Okay, this is it. All right, so let me close this one. Okay, stop, pause, share. Okay, so let me show you this here. Okay, this is his bank robbery. It says, so special Atlanta special agent in charge, Brian Lampkin, announces the following arrest in connection with the September 9th, 2010 armed robbery at a SunTrust Bank, right? On Monday, September 20th, 2010, approximately 5 p.m., FBI agents arrested James Marshall Sullivan, the same guy I just showed you, this Consu guy, right? The ones that's constantly speaking about next. Now you arrested as a so-called civilian in the middle of Baba's arrest, 2010. You see his face, right? So you have to watch out for these people. On September 20th, 2010, at approximately 5 p.m., FBI agents arrested James Marshall, at age 24, of Atlanta, and Montavious Hardy, age 22, also of Atlanta, at the Motel 6 located on Lawrenceville Highway in Tucker, Georgia. Both are being charged federally with bank robbery and the use of a weapon and the commission of a crime. A third person, Jesse Anderson, also known as James Gray, age 52, was taken into custody at the scene by the DeKalb County Police on drug-related charges. Okay, let me go here. That's one. All right, so this one, okay, I have that. Now, let's pull up this, since I'm sharing, and I'll get back to this Patrak. Just bear with me. I'm trying to share a lot with y'all and cover a lot so we don't have to go over this again, if you understand me. I don't want to have to go over these people. When you see them online, you know what they're about. You see what the Father is saying about them, and you just have awareness. And you know that we don't work against each other. And anytime these people come in our face with this crap and trying to affect the Father's freedom, we okay. We know what you're doing. Hold on, let me close this. Okay. Hey, okay, here we are. So inside, let me go through. I want to cover this Deborah woman, Deborah Smith. She has to answer who she is, because she's Deborah Smith. She's Deborah Yehuda, right? Okay. That's one. Let me close this out. Give me a second. Bear with me, please. I got a few documents open. I don't want to overload the computer. All right, closing that, closing that. All right, so this is her mugshot. And I'm going to pull up her police record, her arrest record. Why? Because you need to know the type of person that's slandering everybody, slandering our family member, right? I know I see hands up. So this is her arrest record. This is Deborah, this is her. Now, you notice she has, why are you arrested with our hashtag braid and our fatard on your, like, are you representing Sabians? And this was a recent mugshot. The reason you know it's recent is because, right, you see in her arrest record, let me see this here. Let me make sure I got this, the police people. What is this here? Okay, yeah. Okay. So you see that now. I'll close this out. This is the woman that's going around doing what she does against the tribe, against the family. Why? I have no idea. She's angry. Now, this is her arrest. Now I'm going to show you. The reason why I'm doing this is because there's some important information y'all need to see. And it's very vital to it's very, very vital. The reason why I'm saying it's vital is because it affected Baba. And when I say it affected Baba, I'm saying that we have to find out why he wasn't let out on bond. And we're going to find some peculiar things with this document here. I hope you can see it. Okay, so let's go back to the top. If you can see it, just let me know. Okay, this is 11 charges right here. You see a large charges found. No, let's go back so you can see who this is. Let's go back. These are so-called family members. But we're going to deal with this arrest, this 2018 arrest. You see this, right? 2018, arrested 2018. Now, what's important about this is that this arrest comes in 2018 around the same time. Around the same time, she was collecting money from the tribe, saying that she was working on Baba's freedom. This is around the same time. And Baba had to write a letter before this, and I'll show you the letter, that what Baba said, don't give her no more money. Now look at this arrest record, 2018, December 12th. Now, the name here is what? Deborah Yehuda. You see it. Where's her name? It's at the top. Deborah Yehuda. And you see Deborah Yehuda, right? Now, her address is in Florida. Right? This public record, so it's all good. Now, we protected what's ours and protecting our name and protecting the family. So these are the addresses. Now, the reason why I know there was no address of her living in any community, because when you go back to 1996, she was living in Eastern Parkway, apartment 12 in Eastern New York. 1999. You were living in New York. You wasn't living on the land. We moved on the land in 1992, so we know you didn't move down. Right? We know you didn't move down. In 1996, and from here, I'm hearing she's running from the law, living in Arizona right now, because she's running from Florida. 1996, you see 285 Eastern Parkway. You was not living in Georgia, so you was not around Baba. 1999, you're still living in Eastern Parkway. 2003, you're still living in the Bronx. You're living in the Bronx in 2003, but you're arrested in Clayton County in 2004. You're living in the Bronx from 1998 to 2003, but you was arrested in September 2002 and put in Clayton County by Sills, as he said in the transcripts. He placed you there. He says he was placed there by me. Sills said this out of his mouth, and I'm going to show you the transcripts. Let me see if these are transcripts. No, that's not the transcript. I have it, right? Let me see. Hold on one second. Let me make sure the transcripts is up so I can get right to them. Yeah, so I'll pull our transcripts up right now. Let me pull them up right now. So, transcript. Okay, here's the transcripts. Okay, cool. Okay, the transcripts is right. I'm gonna share the screen right next to it. So now check. Can y'all see the screen? Let me go to these chats to make sure I'm clear. Can y'all let me know? Anyone that's listening, the panel, let me know if everything is good. Let me make sure the panel the panelists can chat too. Are y'all able to chat? Okay, should I open it up to chat to everyone? Yeah, I just did that. So let's see if there's a chat. Are y'all able to chat? The attendees, are y'all able to chat? Let me know if you're able to chat. It's maybe something I need to open up. Let me see. Disable. Okay. I just don't want to be going on and y'all trying to communicate. I'm not trying to shut you all out. Don't think that. Yeah. Okay, they can chat. Okay. Okay, he looks like Michael Bossia. Okay, there's some people. Yeah, he is a Michael Bossia. Michael Bossia left too. All right, so yeah, please engage. Y'all can put in the chat so I can read. Okay, so everyone is good. So I want to address this because this is your ammunition, because ultimately Deborah is going to turn against you. She'll turn against you right in her life. Yeah, thank you. Okay, thank you. So in 1999, 2003, you were not living in Georgia. So why do you have an arrest in Clayton County out of all places? You go to 2006, you're still in the Bronx. You're still in the Bronx. You still have an address. It wasn't until 2000, around 2000 and I guess 8, you back and forth between New York. So this is where you claim 2008 you was living in Athens. Right, so that's fine. You moved to Athens, but what happened in 2002? This is the question, because here we don't see you living in Georgia in 2002. Now let's find something very, very peculiar. 2018 petty theft. What does it say? Adjudicated as guilty. So you're guilty of stealing. We all know you're a thief. You're the thief. You're the liar. You're the one trying to get money from the tribe. You haven't presented 2016. So 2 years before this petty theft, you got a 2016 conviction. Pleaded guilty. You admitted guilty to it in 2016. Why are you having this 2 years back to back thieving and you stealing, right? Pardon me. I was trying to check something. And I'm going to pull up what Baba said about you in 2016. So now we have an offense. This was done in Florida. So now she's running from Florida because she got 2 arrests in Florida. This is a felony in the 3rd degree. 2016, you're supposed to be fighting on Baba's freedom. You're supposed to be so righteous and so, oh, I'm doing the best thing. Y'all can't tell I'm the one doing this, but you're a thief. And who did you steal from? You stole from one of the family members. I got the credit card that was given to you to use for Baba's freedom, and you buying jewelry and Amazon and Bath and Body Works, and I'm going to show it because I got receipts. I don't just talk. And I let you talk and run your mouth until now you ran out of smoke, and I'm going to put it on the table. Now, so now you got a 2009 simple battery arrest. What does that say? You pleaded nolo, which is guilty. You just hoping it don't go on your record because you're a career criminal. Simple battery. Now you're violent. So you're the violent person. You're the one that wants to attack and fight and hurt and do whatever. If you steal, if you lie, what you did, you lied about somebody having 6 toes to sensationalize, which was utterly ridiculous, and it's Austin Negro mentioning somebody's toes, another man on live. It's supposed to be a Muslim, Pa Musbatu, right? Musbatu conversation about Baba's freedom, and you talking about another man's feet. Every man knows, even feminine know, men don't talk about another man's feet. Women barely talk about another man's feet. But you want to have a whole conversation about me and bring my name up so you can get likes and feed and get people to listen to you, because that's the only way you can get popular, by talking about people that is already known for their works. So you got to come on and slander. But yet you're not telling people why you're not married, why you don't have a woman, why you don't have children. Is there something wrong with you? Do I need to release medical records? Don't think I don't got medical records, because I dig deep in this fight in defense of our father. Don't let me pull up your medical records, Deborah Smith, that you've been hiding under, talking about you Yahuda, but you signed the affidavit, Deborah Smith. Do I need to go there? I will, if you don't shut your mouth and repent, as the father said, and ask for forgiveness for what you've been doing, using our platform to spread gossip and lies, and take a video and walk around Decatur. You walking around Decatur showing Mukasu businesses, telling us how we need to invest, and this is the best business, and you don't even have a business of your own. You don't have a temple. You don't have a store. But you're using the money from the tribe to steal. Let's get to this offense. Back to this, simple battery 2009. So she pleaded guilty to that. Another arrest in 2009. She was arrested again for it wasn't the defense, or the offense was not listed. So you got two arrests in 2009. One for simple battery and another for unspecified, as you see here. I'm not making it up. Case number 09C16814. One count, offense description not specified. You was charged on 2000. You was charged in what is that? 2009, suspect Deborah Yahuda. So it's three charges there. Simple battery, one count, guilty, 2009, unspecified, one count, and 2009 disorderly conduct. So you acting out of order. This is your behavior. You act out of order on your so-called lives. You act out of order in all the forums that you so-called help working on Baba's freedom. You create chaos and confusion. Nobody wants to work with you. You say you went to Liberia and they had to throw you out because you argue with people who got Baba's life in their hand, but you created discord amongst them, trying to compete and worry about who more African, just like a Negro. And you wonder why you're not going to have a feminine daughter. And I'm not cutting any corners. I'm being real, because Panatharu passes judgment on the feminine seed. Your records are going to be cut off because of the damage you've done. And you're still going about doing it, and you can ask for forgiveness, and you can repent if you decide to. And to the point, I had a dream, and it was told to me why you misbehaved is because you didn't receive love. They told me why. Panatharu explained to me about you, because I was so concerned on why is this woman who never met me, don't know me, still keeps bringing my name up, and others, still bashing family members. It's because you don't have love. And this is what happens when a child grows up with no love. They do anything for attention. They'll act out. A 2-year-old pass out on the floor, throw their toy, throw their food, cry, scratch, bite. You're just a grown 2-year-old, and you don't know how to get attention because you never received love, and you don't know how to show it. So you have a default and a defect in your development. This is not hate. This is healing that you need. Ain't nobody hate you. I don't hate you because you're a liar. I don't hate you because you're a gossiper and a slanderer, but I do have a problem with you coming amongst our tribe and creating discord and not allowing our father to become free because you wrote a stupid letter, whether you were conspiring with the feds or on your own, possessed by a spirit, or you was used by them. And I'll leave that room or space for redemption to say you was used by them. Because if you keep going down 2000, I wanted to see, you'll see another arrest, I'm going on if you share the screen, if you can still see it. Another battery charge, battery and misdemeanor. This is all 2009. Now, let's get to 1999. On June, on Savior's Day, on the 22nd, where the whole family, all Sabaeans who loved Baba, who devoted to the father, who was around, was on the land. But no, not Deborah. Deborah wasn't on the land. Where was she? In New Haven, Connecticut. Doing what? Stealing. Case number N08WCR990128669S. Classification 2, criminal, crime type, misdemeanor. Offense, larceny. Where? New Haven, Connecticut. What you doing in New Haven, Connecticut? Why you not at the Z Fest? Miss, I'm devoted. I've been down since 1980 something. I've been around. I know everybody. I've done everything. I went everywhere. I know Baba this. Why you hating on New York? Why you hating on Baba's family? Why you hating on his wives? Because you wanted to be one, and he didn't allow the crap that you was doing and allowed it amongst the family, amongst the tribe. And he says it in a letter. And I'll get to the letter where the father speaks about it. So anyone that's associated with her, anyone that's giving her money, you need to stop. And tell her Baba said stop it. I don't care how many recordings she play of Baba. Because she's cutting them up. She's not telling you what Baba's saying, even on her last call, when she said, we told Baba, oh, they're doing evil to me. They're doing this to me. And he said, oh, yeah, I hear what you're saying. And she cut the call. The brother said, well, what did he say? Hey, don't worry about what he said. I'm telling you that, no, you need to worry about what he said. He said she needs to sit herself down and come to Duswa humbly. I have the recording. Come to Nasaktet humbly. He told her to draw her pride and come to us humbly so she can be aware of what's going on in the freedom fight. But no, it's about me, her. I want to be the one. I want to do this. I don't want to cooperate. I want everyone to listen to me. I want to mislead unknowing Sabaeans or unknowing Nuwaupians. I want to act like I was down and was there on the land and lived on the land. You never lived on the land. I want to act like I was in the mailroom and doing the book. You never was involved with the books. You never put the books together. You wasn't involved with shipping or the administrative process that the sisters was doing, involved with putting out the information, getting the books printed, getting the AO lessons printed. You wasn't involved with OES. You wasn't involved with the freedom fight. You wanted to get your own thing going so you can have pocket and get new teeth because your teeth was falling out your mouth. Everybody knows you spent almost $8,000 of Baba's money to get your teeth fixed. Because you didn't have nobody taking care of you because you can't keep a man. And don't say you don't want a man. You want money from a man. You want donations from a man. You got a credit card from Ian, whatever how you pronounce his name. You took his credit card and used it up, but you claim you don't need a man, but you want a man to provide for you. You want the family men, the men of the tribe, to send you money to work on Baba's freedom. If you're so self-sufficient, right? If you're so self-sufficient, why are you using married men? Why you don't have your own man? Because they can't tolerate your mouth. Because you want to be a man. And that's fine, because we don't bother no one's sexuality. But why are you so adamant about destroying other people, other family members? Let's get on to why you was not at Savior's Day in 1999. But that's neither here nor there, because we know what you were doing. You was arrested and you was found guilty. Another charge, larceny in 4th degree. And what day? What is this? This is the very next month, August. In August of the same year, you was arrested for stealing. Seems you don't have a job, something you don't like doing. You don't like working. The same pattern you're doing now. You rather steal your way through life. You rather deceive your way through life. That's the second charge in August of, July. I said August, July the 28th. Arrest date, right? This is the credit card. You got a credit card, right? Credit card revoked. You charge someone's credit card a fraudulent credit card again in 1999. And the reason I'm spending so much time on this is because we don't see a 2002 arrest. 1999, 2009. Now look at that. It jumps mysteriously from 1999 to 10 years 2009. All right, so let's get to this transcript and find out why we don't know, right? It's the transcript. Hey, we cooking now. We talking about exposure. Talking about exposure. Okay, let's stop screen sharing. Oh, no. Okay, I can continue. Pardon me. Let me just get back to that. Let's pull up this affidavit. Let's pull up this. Aha. What is this? What is this? Deborah Smith. Hey. Oh, you just Deborah Smith now, huh? You're arrested under you have an alias now, huh? So you're a liar about your name. Let's see what this affidavit said. Matter of fact, let's get to these transcripts to see how Sills said he put you in Clayton County. Yeah, you talking all this crap, all this emotions and all this drama. And let's see what now this is the transcript. If you can see the top, this is Baba's bond hearing, 2017, January 17, 2003. Motion for bond. It's a little blurry. Hope you can see it. And I'm sure any of the panelists, if there's any problems, you'll let me know. Thank you, because I'm looking at this shared screen. Right? So let's get into this. In Clayton County, this is Sills talking. He's on the stand with Garland. He's talking. In Clayton County, in jail for a significant period of time, boarded there as a prisoner for me. Obviously, now I'm going to tell you, this is not Baba. This is Deborah, because he's speaking about Deborah's letter. And you could tell by the context of the paragraph that he's speaking about Deborah, and they had to leave it out of the transcript because she was busted. He was still told on her, as they devil do when they use you, they tell on you. Read it. Boarded there as a prisoner for me. Obviously, the Clayton County Jail does not house female inmates and male inmates together. So it is my assumption from the writing, the letter, that's how you know he's talking about Deborah. From the writing here, that some officer, listen to this, he's assuming that some officer there in the jail was instructed to tell this woman, Deborah, that they were going to Liberia. Hey. Now, you talking about keeping Baba in prison. These are the facts that you must know. Use your own reasoning. And I hope she's listening. I hope this Austin Negro is listening too. This drug addict. He did a live the other day. He didn't think nobody knew that he was high. He smoked plenty of marijuana, smoking weed, getting possessed by 6 ether forces, right? Smoking his meat, his body, to be food for the gods because some of them like smoked meat. And you think you can get away with it. I see it. My name is Hawkeye. Don't ever forget that. And I see everything you were doing, you and her. And the reason you were siding with her because you were afraid she was going to expose you for the things you knew. Birds of a feather flock together for the crimes and the things you've done, that you've been accused of and factually have confirmed that you've done. And you were trying to cover with a smokescreen by placing it on everyone else, but no, it's back at you. So now this woman that Sills is speaking about, boarded there as a prisoner for me. So she was there. Now, you don't see an arrest record, right? I showed you the arrest record. Let me go back to it real quick. You see 2009, and the previous one is 2000. pardon me, 1998, 1999, and then 2000, pardon, right there, 2009. Let's get back to this transcript. So why this inmate in Clayton County? We don't know. So it is my assumption that the writing here, that some officer there in the jail, that's questionable. Why is it questionable? How does he assume that a jail officer instructed to tell her? So this was not done on her own accord. She was not writing on her own behalf. Like she said in her affidavit, she lied. I was writing, and we're going to read it. I was writing because I was excited. No, Sills told on you. He said an officer instructed to tell this woman that they were going to Liberia. Hey, Liberia? At a bond hearing, when did Liberia become a part of the freedom fight? Why didn't the Sills assume that the officer heard Baba say it? Because if Baba was talking about, they listening to him, they watching his phone calls, listening to his phone calls, they're watching his mail. Why did they bring Baba's letter about him going to Liberia in the court? Why didn't they say, listen, Judge, this man, Dr. York, we need to deny him a bond because he just told such and such office that they were going to Liberia if he gets out? That wasn't used. Baba wrote thousands of letters, if not hundreds, if not thousands over the years, but hundreds of letters between 2002, 2003. Every week to several people. People got letters. Why didn't they use outgoing mail that they scrutinized from inmates to make sure there's no contraband or any, incriminating information in the letters? Why not? I hope y'all sharing this because people are not going to hear it unless they go onto YouTube. It's playing on YouTube too. That's the question. Why is Sills assuming that the officer instructed to tell this woman that they were going to Liberia? That's a wild assumption. Out of all the possibilities, one, no officer is going to assume another officer did anything because it's too far-fetched. You wouldn't say that in court. You're supposed to deal with facts. He should have said it's possible that it's possible that the officer heard it from Dr. York. It's possible that they heard the phone call. The prosecutors would have told Sills, hey, we got a call from the jail. Dr. York said he's taking these people to Liberia, man. We can't allow a bond. Here's the proof. Prosecutors, hey, Your Honor, we just got a call. We got a document. We have a letter. That's not what happened. They relied solely on one letter that this officer was instructed to tell this woman that they were going to Liberia. Who? Who's the they? Do you see how vague this is? You see how reasoning plays a part in the mind? Who's the they are going to Liberia? Did Dr. York say we are all going to Liberia? Because according to, he's the only Liberian Consul General. Was everyone on the land going to Liberia? How is that possible? When we didn't leave the land. We didn't lose the land. The land was still there. No one knew we had to leave. So why would we all be leaving to Liberia? Why would that be said as an argument in this transcript or this court hearing if the Liberian fight wasn't even on the table? Matter of fact, he didn't even get his declaratory judgment until 2004 in July. So there would be no reason for Baba to be speaking about us going to Liberia. This is why they never presented a letter from him. However, they knew he was a Liberian diplomat because they took his passport off of him. So they had to create a way to keep him in America, to keep him in court, to keep him in prison. And they used Deborah. And this is why she used the name Smith, not Yehuda, because she was trying to hide her identity and hide her arrest. Okay, you can see this. Let's go. Let's move forward. If I'm not making sense, you need to put it in the chat. You're looking at it yourself. This is not hearsay. This is not what they present. Oh, Deuce did this. Deuce said this. Deuce did this to this person. He did this, stole this money. You don't have no receipts. I got receipts. And it's spoken of in the transcript. Mr. Garland says, oh, I see. So Mr. Sills cut him off because that's what it says. So he's saying in the letter, the officer was instructed to tell this woman. That's what it says, Mr. Garland. So this is how you know these two are playing games. They're on the same team. The deputy sheriff, Mr. Garland, a deputy sheriff, you think, this is Mr. Garland speaking, a deputy sheriff, you think, do you have any, stops himself. You don't have any reason to believe anything about this woman's reliability. So he's not questioning her reliability. Why isn't Garland questioning the reliability? Why didn't he say, this woman is not credible, she's a criminal? He should have said, well, we did research. If he was truly fighting for Baba, he would have said, oh, we did research on this woman. She's a criminal. She's not reliable. My client didn't mention anything about Liberia. Our client didn't mention, they don't have any phone records of him. Court, can y'all show us a phone record from Dr. York mentioning Liberia? Can you subpoena this so-called officer that said he heard Dr. York mention Liberia? Because he's not a flight risk because he's never mentioned Liberia. This woman is not credible. We think he's being set up. Can you give us further proof that Dr. York mentioned Liberia? Mr. Garland doesn't say that. That's how I would say if I was defending Dr. Malachi York. I'll say, oh, so you telling me, Mr. Garland, you're relying on this woman? He would have to put Sills on the spot. Do you rely on this woman? Hey, is she reliable? Because we don't have a thing about mentioning our client going to Liberia. That's not even something that he's mentioned to us. It wasn't until the 2004 declaratory judgment that Liberia came into play very strong. So this is questionable. So Garland asked Sills, you don't have any reason to believe anything about this woman. He's coaxing him into the answer. You don't have any reason, right? You don't. Why you don't say, do you have a reason? You automatically assume it. You don't have any reason. He's telling them what to say. I know the tactics of lawyers. I studied law. You don't have any reason to believe anything about this. Oh no, other than that she's an inmate, right? Other than that she's an inmate? Other than she's an inmate, nigga? If she is incarcerated, that makes her a criminal. It's not just other than she's an inmate. You're not an inmate just because you're a good person. You're not an inmate because you're an outstanding citizen. You're not an inmate because you're reliable. You're an inmate because you committed a crime. You're a liar. You're a thief. Why don't you say that, Ed Garland? This woman is unreliable, Your Honor. She's an inmate. She's been arrested for such and such. Her arrest is not mentioned because she has no arrest record for 2002. Because they hid it. If they didn't hide, if she wasn't arrested, then they placed her there as a plot. No more, Mr. Sills. I'm sorry I have to do this, but you forced me. I was leaving you alone. I told y'all to leave me alone. Let me be about my father's business. But y'all keep rubbing the line the wrong way. Now, when I'm roaring back, it's up to you to tell the family why this next question comes up. He says, no more than what she has written in 2 letters about Mr. York. What, you're writing about Mr. York, not to Mr. York? Think about it. If you're writing to Baba, why didn't he say no more than what the 2 letters she's written to Dr. York about him going to Liberia? You're writing about Dr. York going to Liberia. Yeah, Dr. York is going to Liberia. All of them are going. He might get away. Who are you writing to? Why are you writing about Baba? Saying that they're all going to Liberia. Who is the all again? Why is not Garland questioning who the all is? Who? He's the only one incarcerated. All Nuwaupians, all Sabaeans. No one knew about all of this going to Liberia. Baba never told us we're all going to Liberia. Mr. Garland, all going to Liberia? Mr. Sills, yes, sir. All right. I think that's about all about the subject matter, Your Honor. This man don't have no other questions about this document. Baskin, Your Honor, only one letter makes mention of the officer telling, and the other letter actually makes a direct mention as to Mr. York and this several individuals leaving the United States. Now, let's see. All right, that's frivolous. Now let's get to this. Hey, let's get to this. No, where's this affidavit at? Where is it at? Oh, the affidavit. Now I hope she's listening. Let me hold on 1 second. Wait, these are the transcripts. Okay, the transcripts at the bottom. Okay, here it is. Now, I want you all to use your reasoning to understand how this sounds. First of all, let me show you the signature, Deborah Smith. And you saw the arrest record, no arrest record for 2002. So that's a question. Third question, why are you in prison for steals? Fourth question, who instructed you to write about Baba's Liberia? Why are you listening to a CEO tell you to write about Baba going to Liberia when you know as an inmate that it makes your bond risky, 100% risky? My name is Deborah Smith. Okay, so who are you? I'm over the age of 18. I'm making this affidavit based on my personal knowledge of the facts. Personal knowledge. Now listen to this. Now you have personal knowledge of the facts. So everything that you say in this affidavit is factual because you personally know it. And we all know what knowing facts is: experience, evidence, or reasoning. But you know these facts. I've known a man from West Africa by the name of Dr. Malichi. You don't know this man's name? You spelling the master teacher's name wrong? Malichi York? For over 20 years? On September 14th, 2002, I was arrested and detained. What was you arrested for? We don't see an arrest record. You was detained in Clayton County, yet you living in the Bronx? Detained in Clayton County. Dr. Malichi York was also detained there. How do you know that? How do you know he was in Clayton County? We didn't know where they was moving Baba until they moved him. The public didn't know where Baba was being moved until they moved him, until he called and said, hey, I'm in such and such. They're going to send my paperwork. Write me here. This is my new address. When they moved him somewhere else, they kept it quiet. From Gray to Clayton to Jones. How you know all of a sudden? I wrote Dr. York a letter. Out of all the inmates, you write Baba a letter about returning to Liberia. You don't write him about his case. You don't write him about the conspiracy. You don't write him about the charges. You don't write him about the land. You don't write him about anything in reference to his freedom. Anything in reference to the case. You don't write him about anything in reference to the allegations, the so-called alleged victims, his attorneys. You don't write anything. You just know a man from West Africa. And all of a sudden, you just write him about Liberia out of all the countries in Africa. When he didn't even receive his declaratory judgment. And his case wasn't even heard in the courts yet. Dr. York never received a letter. I had to shut my door. Dr. York never received a letter. Hey, how do you know that? How do you know he never received it? They could have gave him a copy and kept a copy. It wasn't meant for him to receive it. That's why. That's why you know. Am I revealed? This is coming. I know where this is coming from, and that's why I'm making it clear. Because a person looking at this wouldn't see this, but I was given ability to see, and that's why reading from this, I read between the lines. I read between the words. How do you know he never received the letter? How do you personally not have knowledge of that fact? It was used in court to prove he was a flight risk. How do you know that it was proof? How do you know it was proof? If I didn't commit a crime, nothing they can use will be proof against me because it's not there. If I didn't write a letter to make him a flight risk, they can't use it as proof because I would say there's no proof inside. So I don't know why they used the letter. That's what a real affidavit would say. I don't know why they used the letter. I didn't write anything that could prove he was a flight risk. They used some statement about Liberia that had nothing to do with Dr. York leaving. I didn't write that. I'm smart enough to know not to put an escape route for him to evade trial. I'm smart enough. I'm so intelligent enough. I'm so guided by the ancestors or by Allah, God, whatever school you want to acclaim. I'm so guided by the divine that I would never put something ridiculously as proving he was a flight risk in a letter because I'm in prison, I'm in jail too, and I understand the risk of being a flight, a trial, a bond. I understand the ramifications of such a letter, such information being put in a letter to anyone. I know that. So how could they use it as proof? Because you know it was written for proof. Dr. York had also spoke with the correction officer. Hold on. How do you know? You said in the beginning of this, my personal knowledge of the facts. Dr. York had also spoke with a correction officer. How do you know that? You're not housed in the same place. You don't know if Dr. York spoke with this officer. Do you believe the officer? Did the officer convince you that he spoke to Dr. York? Did the officer use you to set up Baba to keep him in prison so he couldn't fight for his case? Is this the reason why 22 years the Sabaeans that you're slandering are fighting so hard because Baba wasn't able to fight hard on his case because your stupid self kept him in there by a letter? Is that why we're suffering the way we're suffering at the hands of Deborah Smith? Are you telling us that you believe the officer spoke to Dr. York, who worked in Clayton County? Yuri Johnson had told me that Dr. Malachi York did mention that he would like to return to West Africa. Out of all the things that Yuri Johnson, this officer, as much as Baba talks, as many letters as he's written, he only told you one thing. The one thing that kept him in prison. He only told you one line. I was excited and wrote Dr. York stating that I may go to West. So now you going to West Africa too. You jumping on board and you wasn't even on the land at none of the Z festival. You wasn't even on the land. You in Connecticut. But all of a sudden you going to West Africa and you a criminal. Your ass is locked up in Clayton County for larceny, or we don't know what it is because it's been wiped away, or you might not have been arrested. You might have been planted there for seals, as he says, but you was excited and wrote Dr. York that I may go to West Africa, Liberia also. But you don't say you're going with them. Seal said there was a them. You said you may go alone. So which one is it? Did you say I'm going with them? Did you say Dr. York is going with them? Did you say Dr. York is going to Liberia? Did you write about Dr. York and them going to West Africa and keep him in, use this letter as a proof for him being a flight risk so he can stay in jail so I can keep my deal with the feds and get out of prison and wipe this arrest that I'm here in Clayton County, wipe it clean? And I'll do it under Deborah Smith. Is that what happened? Because you want us to believe, you want us to accept as Sabaeans, the ones that are masters of right knowledge because we was taught by the Father, master of the facts. You want us to accept that you wrote Dr. York the first time only after you talk to Yuri Johnson. You didn't say, well, I wrote Dr. York many letters. I wrote him plenty of letters that got to him. I wrote him a letter when I first was arrested, when I heard he was in. It's like, Baba, it's me, Yehuda. Remember me from the Ansar days? I'm here in Clayton County. I don't know what you was arrested for. What's going on? How's the family? How's the tribe? Baba responds, oh, everything is okay. I'm da-da-da-da-da. Get on the legal team. You didn't say, you wrote him back and he wrote me and we were discussing different legal strategies and I was telling him how I had to get out and I got a bond for this and I need a lawyer for this. You didn't say that. You're telling us, you want us to accept that you wrote one letter, one line from a Yuri Johnson who Sills admitted was instructed. Who instructed Yuri to tell you about Liberia? Was it his higher ups? Was it the feds? Did the feds say, hey, we got a girl, a woman in Clayton County. Yeah, she's there for Sills. Just mention that Dr. York is, going to Liberia. We found his passport, so he's connected to Liberia, West Africa, right? Let them know to just kind of tell her to write a letter about him going to Liberia we can use in court. It doesn't just make it vague. Instructs him to go tell her. Who? Deborah John? Yeah, Deborah Smith. We know her to be affiliated. But there's other people in the prison that wrote Dr. York. There's other Sabaeans and Nuwaupians all throughout the prison system. Why are we not using them? They have letters. Where their letters? Oh, no, because, Sills. Is that how this went? I don't see any other inmates' letters used in court. I don't see Baba's written people. He has students all over the world. Clayton County, Fulton County, DeKalb County. It's interesting that out of all the inmates, the hundreds of thousands of inmates, you're the one that has the letter that keeps him in prison. And he asked you, he said, remember the letter you wrote that kept me in prison? On the video, you played it for the people. I don't know if they heard it, but they did. I heard it. I'm like, why you skip over that? And so why wasn't Baba? So the question is to all Sabaeans, Nuwaupians, you want to deal with this Deborah Smith woman. I'm not done because I got another line. The question is, if you ask, why wasn't Dr. Malachi York able to fight his own case? Why wasn't he able to hire his own attorneys? Why wasn't he able to question and get his own witnesses that would speak on his behalf? Why wasn't he able to gather his own evidence? Why wasn't he able to fight for the land? Why wasn't he able to create the most powerful legal team and hire the best attorneys across the board, across the country? Why wasn't he able to get Liberia involved and get the attorneys from Liberia to prove his diplomatic status? Why wasn't he able to contact his embassy of Ghana, his birth country, to involve themselves to assist legally so they can confirm that he's not a U.S. citizen? Why wasn't the father able to get out in order to fight and get his own attorneys to prepare the proper defense that's needed for his own trial? All because of this letter. Why are some Nuwaupians suffering right now, worldwide, trying to fight to get the father out, doing our best to present legal options to fight for his freedom, exhausting all of our funds, exhausting all of our energy, exhausting our spirit, exhausting our soul, exhausting all of the love and the elders and the ones who fought, who passed, the turmoil we've been going through, the fight we've been fighting for 22 years. Why is all of the burden on us? Because it was snatched away from this letter. Because Baba couldn't properly defend himself on the outside because of this letter from this liar, this deceiver, this person who spits vile venom from her mouth and poisons the souls of Sabaeans globally. And she has to be the one to attest to all and accountable for all of the souls and the children and the elders that she's destroyed from her poison and her lies, and how she's hurt the Father. Next line. I was excited and wrote Dr. York, stating Liberia also, and that I heard. Now, listen to this. I heard from Officer Johnson that he would return. He would like to return. She never received a letter from Baba. She never received communication from the Father that says, hey, my child, my Deborah from the Ansar Allah days that I remember so much, that I had under my wing, that I raised, that I would love for you to join me in life. She never received a letter from him. She said she heard it from Officer Johnson that he would like to return. She didn't write Baba and ask him. She didn't write Baba or write any family on the land, any family in the bookstore. Hey, did Baba mention anything about Liberia? She took it from an officer. She believed an officer's word over her own people. A liar, an officer that works for the system, that incarcerates and enslaves and in bondages her people, including her. She accepted his word that Officer Johnson said that Baba would like to return to West Africa, knowing that would be a flight risk, knowing that would revoke his bond, knowing he would have no ability to fight his court case. And she wrote him back, and then she says, Dr. York never received the letter. How do you know that? Because you never received a letter from him. The only communication you had was with the officers, SEALs, and the feds. Period. You are the one that kept Baba in prison, and you signed it. I swear and affirm to the above statement is true and correct, so you don't get no help from God. Okay? So, I'm done with her. Y'all take it. You got the facts. You have the information. So, hey, you take it for what it's worth. Now, go question her about it. And you take everything that's said. You've seen it. You hear it. I'm reading it. It's not hearsay. All right, so let's do this. Stop screen sharing and let me get back. Excuse my nose. I'm sorry for the sniffling. Okay, so I'll get back. There's more. There's more that she's done. And so that's just it. So we're trying to defend anyone that is trying to come after our nation and our people to cause division. Now, let's get to back to this. I hope I'm not too long-winded. I hope you're not tired of hearing me. But it's been a long time coming, and we need to get to the Father's word. We get back to this Patrak, right? That speaks about people coming amongst us, right? And it says it, and going back to Patrak chapter 14, verse 59. Don't let them sell you their version of what I taught, only to profit from. We know those two. They take the version of the Father, they mix it up, scramble it, and they profit from it. They create these ministries. It's this, I don't know, this all-in-all ministries. Taking the Father's books, selling it on their own platforms. That's right, I said it. I don't cut corners from my Father. He's writing that. You sell his version of the information, you're a deceiver. If you take his books and use it and print on your own and try to act like you got some separate inspiration, or you've been called, or you're a special person, and you don't speak, you're not speaking his words, you are a deceiver. Don't let them sell you their version of what I taught, only to profit from it, to deceive women into their beds, to have men follow them while they walk with their hands in their pockets. These are your individuals who's doing these YouTube, and they little send me money because I'm talking. You want to get paid for running your mouth. Send me a donation because I gave you a Wendy Williams Sabian show. Oh, I wanted them. Did I pull this up? Let me see if I pulled this up real quick. Because I said I was going to show this. Okay. All right, real quick. Let me share this because I said it, and I'm going to give you the facts so nobody walk away and say, "Oh, we didn't know. We didn't." This is the credit card that was used by Deborah using the money. Oh, it's another thing. I'm not done. Let me not be done with her. I'm not done because she did a lot of damage. So let me just give y'all enough so y'all will be convinced. Bath and Body Works, 2017. PayPal. Amazon Marketplace. Whole Foods, 2017. This is all in December. All in December. You see it, right? Let's go here. Payment. Milani Jewelers, 1229. Interest charges on purchase. All what she was arrested for. Victoria's Secret. Designer Eyes. Nordstrom's. Designer Eyes. She getting her eyes designed. This was the credit card fraud that was cut off that she used one of the brothers to use to claiming that she was working on Baba's freedom, and she was using his card. Nothing there, paying attorneys, nothing in there about documents, nothing. You can see it. I'll take my time and you can look through it yourself. Now, let me pull this up. This is a letter from the father. Get your letter. I'm just sharing these things with you so you can see what the father says about this and her that he wrote in 2016. Now, this is, y'all got to be mindful. This is the father's words. Okay. Now, what does that say? Let me enlarge this a little bit. All right. So you see it, right? It says, fax to him. This is August 18, 2018. And y'all know Baba's handwriting. I don't know how. Maybe I have to enlarge the screen. Let me enlarge the screen. Can I escape? Okay, let me enlarge the screen. It's better so I can read it properly. All right. So it says, no, she did not come visit me. Number one. So anybody she's lying to, I read it all twice. You should put up what she said. She has her own mind. No, she did not come visit me. She lies when she said she went to visit Baba. No, she is not working on any legal. Again, any legal for me, except by way of at his time, Victoria Broussard. Victoria Broussard is not working on it, so she's not working on anything. If she is not accepted by your legal team to present documents, I requested, then no, she is not working on my behalf. The letter I sent to her, I was not trying to imply that she alone was to be lifted with me. I meant all Nuwaupians, the blackout, and was because of the mother craft. No one is to collect funds on my legal behalf. This is at the time not sent completely through Victoria. Now things was changed since then. The money was to go to his freedom fighting efforts, which at the time was the medical, and then Liberia and Ghana. But she was not supposed to receive anything. and she was upset because the family wasn't paying her no more. So she began to slander everybody that's working on this freedom so she can think that she's getting financial security through her lies. The father is saying this. Now, if that's not clear enough, then I don't know what is. So let's get to this patrak, the words of the father, because that's what it's about. I know I've been talking some time. Please excuse me if I'm getting long-winded, but I'm glad you're here. 69 here. I don't know how many people here. Close to 80 or 90, right? But let me just finish with this. And anyone has anything to say, we're going to get to the elders. Okay. So I'm keep getting, okay. So this is what the vision says, number 33. Are the Natharu divided? Not at all. Why do you seek to divide or be divided? 27. Why do you listen to fools who only wish is to use and abuse you? Can they reveal what I have revealed to you, a living word? 29. Can they restore your tone, your soul, or your culture? Can they open the gate of Ehat, Sahat, Orion, and Sabatat, Sirius? Can they do but copy from me? 32. Yet they come in. Listen to this. They come in and divide you into divisions so easily. They come in and divide you into divisions. 33. Have you doubting each other, slandering each other? 34. Gossiping about each other. 36. And some physically fighting each other. 37. Were you not all a witness to all we did when I stood amongst you? So these are the slant. Those are the quotes where the father speaks about slander. Now, I think, should we take a few more questions? I know you've been listening. I think it's time to take a few more questions, but I do want to take a pause and acknowledge, right? Because we addressed that, what I wanted to cover, then we'll address the legal fight. But I want to acknowledge the elders, right? I've been speaking for some time. They've been on, the attendees or the panelists that are there. You see them on the stage. And they would like, these are ones that affectionately has kept the Africa fight alive. They're the ones that has kept the Ghana fight alive. This is why there is no, you don't see people, basically, we don't solicit for Ghana. We put our own heavy work, our own hard-earned work, our hard-earned money and work involved, because this is something that we must do and we have to do. And we see a freedom fight effort through Ghana. And I wanted to specifically invite all of these elders because they've supported the father and been loyal to him some 30 and 40 years, never receiving acknowledgement for the work that they've done, never going into the public spotlight to get acknowledgement from the family, to get a dime from the family. These are elders who have contributed their entire life to the mission, who've laid the foundation for us as a tribe and a family, who are the closest of us to Panatharu, as it speaks about in the office of the 24 elders. And who we need them more than they need us. They're the closest to the Father that we will ever see in this day and time, because they walk with the Father in the beginning of his mission. They were raised by the Father in the beginning of his mission. And they're still here at the beginning of the Mukasus and the devil's end. They're watching everything unfold, the prophecies that he's spoken about. There's so much wisdom in the elders that you all are missing, that the glue to us as a family, as a tribe, exists with the elders. And I'm talking about from Auntie Wakia to the elders, some who had just transitioned, who've been here, to Taharka, who just transitioned. They've been amongst us. And they don't seek glory or admiration. They don't seek grandeur or acknowledgement. They don't seek it. They supposed to, by natural nature, receive it from every last one of us on a constant basis. The same way you make your chants and pray to Panatharu, the ancestors that you say you respect and love, our Salafu on the other side, you are not acknowledging the ancestors and our descendants and our family and our Salafu that are alive here with us. It's a disgrace that we have to wait for a balloon ceremony. That is disheartening, and it's unacceptable that you come together for a balloon ceremony, but won't come together to bring balloons to the elder whose birthday that just passed, or whose anniversary that just came up, or who having a health issue. You bring them medicine, bring them herbs, bring them the spirit of rejuvenation and strength. This is not the religious go to a funeral, pray, and that's it. That's not what we do. Yes, we acknowledge our ancestors who've transitioned, but more importantly, we value and honor the time they're with us while they are walking with us. You're not going to wait for something to happen to Baba to try to acknowledge and bring some grand ceremony of our pharaoh, of our deity, and now he's gone. You want to come together and act like you all in love and unity. You're not going to use that hypocrisy amongst me, not with me. You might can play that game with someone else, but you're not going to play it with me, because you're going to hear it from me. I'm his son. And I have a responsibility to speak and defend the doctrine, to defend our ancestors, to defend Panatharu, to defend Baba, and to defend everything that he's laid out as a legacy for us. I will not allow it to become spoiled or trampled over by a few liars looking for a few pennies because you don't want to work. So this is the opportunity to straighten yourselves up, to acknowledge your ancestors now, while they are alive now. We don't do that in Africa. If you think you come into Africa with that Negro mentality, that shifty, hypocritical mentality, where you're acting like you love our ancestors, where you acting like you love our elders, where you acting like you appreciate them, and you give them a dinner once a year, and the only time you put their face on a card is when you got a balloon ceremony, and you say, oh, such and such is transition, when you don't hear about them while they're in the hospital, you don't hear about them while they're in the elder's home, you don't hear about them when they're in their house right now suffering. You don't tell us about them. Report about the elder that's suffering from a disease that he's fighting or she's fighting. Why you wait till they lose the battle? Why you don't help them fight the battle now? You're being hypocritical. And you think you're not being seen, and you think it's not being heard. You're being watched every day. Every one of your actions is being shown. Your thoughts are showing through your actions. So I know if you're not acting the way you're supposed to, then you're not thinking it. And if you're not thinking it, you haven't transformed. So that's why you see these elders up here. And we're not going to wait until something happens to Auntie. You're not going to wait until something happens to Harar Kwabena Hatep Ba'a, or Shu Kefre M Atumre Kwame, or Satra, or Nahisi, or Keftet Ray. We're not going to wait. And all the other elders that I missed, Namir or Tron, I apologize. Or him to tell all of these elders that are there, that have been there. Asar, these individuals have put in much work. They sponsored the government of Ghana coming to the U.S. that you all didn't know about. Because had we asked for assistance like we did, it would have been a problem. The same time the government of Ghana was coming for their citizen, y'all had this whole situation about Duswa over here with some allegations in Ghana. So you're bringing your mess over here. You're trying to spoil the Ghana fight, like you did the other 8 times that Baba could have been out. You're trying to bring it over to Africa and spread lies over here. But Panatharu is not going to allow it. You don't know the power of your spirit ancestors. You keep that crap in the American Negro genetics that you've been bred to have, unless you're willing to remove it from your genes, Keep it, because it's going to die with the Mukasu. And these elders are looking towards Africa because our father said this is the second life. This is the rebirth. And we're bringing him home. And if you don't want to be a part of it, then that's good. I'm hoping you, the people who don't want to be a part of it, make yourself known, because we don't need the types of you that are doubting and playing games and straddling the fence in this day and time. You're going into 2024, which is an end. It is their end. It is over. There will be no bouncing back for America. There will be no trying to get yourselves together. If you're not invested in Africa and invested in your future, you don't have one. And there is no future in America. I don't care how much you try to act like you got a pension or you got a job or you got this to do or you got that to do. Baba said, yes, if you do have those things, if you are in that position, I'm not speaking about people that's trying to survive. No, I understand that those situations. That's why I'm working as hard as I can in Ghana to get us a temple, to get Baba's freedom done, so we can all be on our land. Despite of the slander and the lies and the things you say about me, I'm still here. The devil can't touch me. I don't care how much. You could go to the feds and talk to them all day. They know who I am. They know they can't be. They know I beat them in court. They know we beat them in the Supreme Court. They know I won the land back. The International Court, the UN, they know what I was capable of doing. They are afraid of me. Y'all just don't know. These devils that's amongst us, y'all little devils. Y'all nothing to handle. Y'all not the beast. Y'all just minions. Y'all playing yourself trying to fight against me. I got a bigger fight than you ever could imagine. I had to beat the devil with the pen. Protected by my father, Tahuti, Ningis Zida. That's who I'm the son of. And those that know that this is the day and time when things will be revealed. And we are at war with the beast, and we will win. We have one. I have the allodial title of our land. I have the ways we could have went to the federal court and we won our land, but it was sabotaged from slander. Y'all don't know what y'all were doing. Y'all don't know that we had a court in the international court and some buffoon called up to the court and sabotaged our case in the court after they told us that they had jurisdiction to hear the case. Y'all don't know we won Alabama and Mississippi. You don't know that because you weren't working on the legal. You were busy slandering and looking in people's bedrooms and worrying about people's relationships and worrying about people's marital lives and who the devil is after. Trying to create conspiracy theories that you had no part of. So these elders were there. They know what's going on. They see the work. They seen the work. I showed them the work. These elders on the stage, they raised me since a baby, since a little boy, before I had a beard. I don't have to prove to you all who I am. Baba knows who I am. Baba gave me the name Isa El Mahdi. I didn't give myself that. How dare me put myself on a pedestal to give myself a name that's exclusive to the lineage of El Mahdi. That's an exclusive name. I say it means Lord or Master. He gave me that name and told me my job. I don't have to tell you the job because the only thing you're going to do is slander and lie and try to get somebody arrested the same way you do everyone else that comes. You're no different. You're not no more intelligent. You can't see no more than what God sees. And you definitely can't see no more than his son, who he's chosen to see, if he gives that individual the sight, if he gives that person the gift. And those with the spiritual eye can see it themselves. They don't need you to convince them. You have a problem with it because your unrighteousness will show. Your slander, what you said against the people that you don't know who they are on the planet. You have no clue who they are on the planet. You have no clue who came here with the Father when he incarnated. The elders know that he said others came with him. The elders know that his son and the Messiah, Rehar Akatwi, will be born and raised amongst you all. They know. They know he would assist to fight the devil and fight for his father, as he did in the time of Horus when Satuk came after and buried him alive in a tomb in Colorado. And his son stood up and fought against everybody, everything, every spirit, every beast, every devil, every jinn, every ghoul, every gal, everyone that come forth. You get your heads chopped clean off of your head, off of your neck. It happens. It happened before, and it will happen again. If you accept the Father, then you must accept the Son. What are you doing on Harar Zamut? You think our deities are for play? You think they're not real? You think they are a joke? You think you can play with Panatharu? Is that what you think? No. So you're going to acknowledge our ancestors, or you're going to fade away. Period. They're the ones that vouch for you when they make it to the other side. It's your actions that you do now. And you're all going to become elders and make it to the other side, hopefully. The side that we're talking about, the side of Sahat, where you receive true life. And I've seen our elders in visions and in dreams. I saw Taharka at the balloon ceremony, and he spoke to me. I saw Zanitra resurrected. I saw Patawaret resurrected. This is not a game. This is not a joke. To these elders here, they would like to speak, but I would like to give show a slide for those of remembrance. Now, if you don't mind, there's a slide I would like to play along with the acknowledgement. First, I want to acknowledge the Father and then our elders. Oh, Rahubat, I hope you all enjoyed the slide. I didn't realize the OM wasn't playing. My apologies. It was supposed to be playing. However, I do hope you still enjoyed the slide of the father and the various schools and the great memories that he's given us. That's something that we need to keep always in our hearts and minds, um, of who he is and what he is to us. He's still here with us. He's still breathing. He's still alive. He's still waiting, right, for us to get it together so that we can get him home and we can experience our second life. And so that's what it's about. All the other things that are distracting us, you're wasting time. The devil uses your time against you. He knows you don't have much time. He knows you use a third of your time to sleep. That's a third of your life. He knows you use another third of your time if you end up working for him. So that's 2/3 of your life. 2/3 of your life is sleeping. 1/3 of your life is sleeping. The other third of your life is working for him. You have 1/3 left. Then you have your family, your children, yourself. That's literally 8 hours a day that you have for yourself. And that's chopped up in driving, traffic, paying bills, shopping for food, cooking, and what else you have to do. Takes an hour, 2 hour and a half, 2 hours to go shopping out every week or so. A few hours out the day to pay bills every day for the second and first week of the month. School loans, your insurance, electric, gas for your car, cell phone bill, right? Mortgage, rent, children's daycare. He knows he has your time occupied. And you're allowing devils amongst you to take the little time you have to be slandered and focus on other people. While you just 22 years in somebody's life, 2 decades gone, and you can't look back and say what you've accomplished. The devil is winning in your life. If you can look back and can't say what you've done in the time that the father was incarcerated, if you can't make any years presentable or effective to say this is what I've done, then who's winning? What time are you wasting? You're not wasting my time. You're wasting your own life. So the elders, I want to show the elders, these elders who didn't waste their time, right? Who've aged gracefully in the mission and still here with us. Some who've transitioned, but we want to acknowledge them in this next segment. Rahobat. So that was a small, dedication and acknowledgement for all of for the elders. My apologies if I missed some. I didn't have pictures of some. I also didn't have just in time the time I had. So I tried to put it together the best way. But those are the ones who have been assisting consistently with Baba's Freedom here in Ghana, and has, maintained just the focus through the ups and the downs. And I applaud them, especially with what all they've been through in life, and this just the age, the energy they have. I know they've been blessed by our ancestors, the energy that my aunt has, her strength, going forward and fighting through all the slander and the lies coming to her. She still is relentless in her divine love. She hasn't shaken a bit. And I bow to her as a feminine goddess and what she's done for her brother, for my father, for the family, for the tribe, for you all. And that must be a priority. No one or anybody from the outside should be able, under any condition, to allow you to accept the slander of an elder. It doesn't matter what they may have said, the person did or whoever. If a devil comes along and tries to get you to slander an elder, they're trying to send you directly to hell. Do not pass go a speed train ticket to hell. Because there's no way, if you see an elder at fault, there is no circumstance where you should open your mouth and try to correct them, because in that way, you're going to be disrespectful. It's a story where I think it's an old story I remember, where the father taught us, it was years ago in the 80s, where I think it was El Mahdi or it was Amir al-Mu'mineen, Ali's son, Hassan al-Hussein. Yes, it was. And they were around an elder, and they saw the elder performing wudu incorrectly. And then their wisdom at such a young age, instead of directly telling the elder, you're doing this wrong, they know that would have been disrespectful to him. So what they did was they asked him, can you tell us if we are performing ablution or wudu, which is the washing before Islamic prayer, can you tell us if we are doing this right or wrong? And as the elder watched them perform it, they performed it correctly, and it inadvertently taught the elder what he was doing was wrong. So the elder said, yes, you're doing it right. So he corrected the elder in such a respectful way to maintain the elder's dignity and honor. And though we're not Muslims, that wisdom should be applied when it comes to our elders. Because in Africa, as animists, we do not violate or disrespect our elders in any kind of way, even if you think they're wrong. You're not the teacher of them. There's no way you should open your mouth to correct them in any way. You be an example because they're watching you as the future. So they know how to learn. They know how to gather wisdom in this life because they have that experience. You don't take it upon yourself, ego, and try to tell what they're doing, what they should be doing, and definitely not slandering. So anybody that's even associated with that woman and her slandering their elders, you might as well jump in a pit of fire with her. You should not even accept anyone slandering an elder in their 70s or 80s, 60s or 50s. So I'll let the elder speak. I'll mute up, and then we'll take questions. We do see some hands raised, and then we'll get into part two. I don't know if y'all have the time, but we're still rocking and rolling. This is the day we set aside for our father. This is Pazamut Shalal Harar as well. So Farer Zamut Harar to you all. And so we'll get into the elders, what they have to say. They would like to speak to the tribe, and then we'll get into part two. So I'll mute up and the elders have the floor. However order you want to speak, you're more willing to address the attendee.
Back Masar, Anuki, Mukdal, Nahisi, Ya, Anak, Bata. Real quick, just to introduce myself to family that may not know me. I actually came into the community with my wife, Satra Ugzi Edzo Umti Hotep in 1980. I've been a part of the tribe since then. I actually was one of the elders that just while I was speaking about who took custody of him when he came into the community at 12 years old. I was working in the children's house. That's enough said as far as I'm concerned. What's important is to let everybody know here that the elders here, we walk with the master teacher, every one of us for over 40 years, and we're still here today. We went through a lot of the schools with Bob, and it made us strong. It made our skins thick. You know, where a lot of stuff is going on, it doesn't bother us to the sense that we need to run or leave. We don't have anywhere to go. You know, I have 7 children, 17 grandchildren, and all my children were brought up under Baba's teaching. You know, and a lot of my grandchildren, now I won't say all of them, but a lot of my grandchildren are brought up under his teaching as well. This is what I call generational wealth. You know, getting the knowledge and getting the things that the old man has given us, because him coming into my life cleaned me up from, I would probably be dead now, cleaned me up from a lot of things that was being done out there in the world. I just wanted to mention something to the family. We've seen, as elders, we've seen and we've heard. We're seeing because of what we heard in the past when Bob explained all of the things and the calamities that's taking place right now. We were told about this years ago, and now we see it manifesting itself right in front of us. Family, please understand something. Please understand all of this slandering, all of this backbiting, all this infighting that we're doing amongst each other. It's got to stop. Because if it doesn't stop, we as a tribe, man, we're not going to make it. We're not going to make it. You know, one of the brothers recently I was talking to, he was back in the school of the Ansars. He asked me, he mentioned the question. He said, when Baba makes the statement for all of the old timers to come back, I'm right there. And I'm letting you know right now that call has already been put out for all of us to come back while we still have a chance. Take it for yourself. Look and see what's going on around you, the wars that's going on. Bob is telling the family about learning how to survive, learning survival things. We're doing things here in Philadelphia where we're putting food up, you know what I mean, at our local bookstore. You know what I mean, for not just for the people out in the world, but for our family here as well. Something's coming. Something's coming, and we were told years ago what it is. Please pay attention. You know what I mean? This may be our last chance to reach out to our family. You know, listen, take heed to what Bob is telling us. You know what I mean? That's what kept us here for as long as we're here, and that's what'll keep you here as long. We are not here to take over anything. We've been trying to tell our family this for the longest. We're here as a guidance because of the things that we've learned in the past. We're here to guide our youth. We need our youth. We need our babies. We need our elders in order for us to survive as a tribe. And with that, I'm not gonna just go into it anymore, because I can go on for hours, because it hurts to see the stage that we're in right now as a family. We've never been this far apart from each other. We've always been closely knit as a family. You know what I mean? And it hurts to see where we're at right now as a tribe. And I know Baba's seeing everything that's going on within this tribe. I know it hurts him as well because he's doing all of this for us. What do we, son?
Any one of the elders would like to speak? You're more than free to do so.
Rabbi, my name is Shu Capre M. Atamaray from May. Once again, the land or the sand having drawn in the land. Take your pick. What you gonna do? Nobody gonna grab you by the hand and try to pull you along. It's up to you. Take your pick. What you gonna do? Ready?
Bad. I am Sukar Tamaray Kosi. I've been walking with Baba since I was 22 years old. I'm 68 now. Come January, I'll be 69. And I will never leave Baba. He is my savior. He is my God. And I just wanted to read something that was laying on my heart to give to you all. And it's coming from the decision. And it's from page 2 to page 3. I have been guided all my life by beings who teach whatever I am asked to make it clear. All other physical people have ancestors who speak to them all the time in their heads as far back as 4 generations. My physical body, Malachi Z. Kabina York-El, and my etheric body, Yanun, who is the 19th elder and have been Riskian and Marcabian, presence of Zeta Reticuli in Orion's belt. Some don't even know it was I who helped in their lives and have since moved on and have forgotten me. Some people did not follow, could not keep up, and stayed behind in old schools. Others just fell away, faithful yet not true. Some wanted a holy man, a religious saint, no matter how many times said I am not a holy man. I am a teacher, a master teacher. Outside of that, I am just like you in my human desires. I was given many powers and much help to do this great work, to redeem and save my own lost Shakasu people. Yet I was betrayed by those to whom I was sent. I was beaten, imprisoned by the Adamu Salah, Adam race. Who knows who I really am by my own given to the race of Nuwaupian devils. Many felt I was strange and or different. Some felt they could just use me for their needs or abuse me. I knew that all along as well, yet I had my assignment to each one's lives. So I did my job for them and moved on. Now, as an elder in mind and now body, I have given all that you need and were lacking, and you truly knew or know who you are and your purpose. I have a serene confidence in our Salafu ancestors, Natharu overseers, and Murzaku providers, guidance and protection on this journey through life as Nuwaupian, the beings of Nuwaupu. Now you decide. The master don't mince his words. His words are facts, without a shadow of a doubt. And these are the things that we have to realize, because he told us to realize the real lies. And as the young God has pointed out today, all the real lies that has been told on him and Baba, our master teacher, our savior and guide. Don't be fooled by these fools, because they're nothing but puny humans. So be it the truth, so mote it be. Have a good evening.
And I also would like to just leave a few words from Patarak. It is return to your own. Number one, lo, learn to live for, of, and by each other, Nuwaupian Sabians. Number two, learn to love and care for each other, Nuwaupians, Sabians. Number three, learn to respect and trust each other, Nuwaupians, Sabians. Number four, learn to protect and support each other, Nuwaupians, Sabians. Number five, learn to recognize that each Nuwaupian Sabian is you, and you are each other, Nuwaupian Sabians. Number six, learn that you were once a baby, then a child, then an adult, then an elder. Remember the stages of life you passed through and treat others the way you wish to be treated, Nuwaupians, Sabians. Number seven, learn to accept who and what you are born and your origin on this planet as a being, misplaced by other than self and kind. Return to your own, Nuwaupian Sabians. Number eight, learn to respect only those of other races who respect you for who and what they know you really are. The first race on this planet, the first race created, the children chosen to be born on the best and richest part of this planet Earth, Africa, as Africans, Nuwaupians, Sabians. Number nine, Learn to be proud and honored for your noble birth. Each one teach one. Reject what is not yours. Return what was forced upon you of foreign religions, beliefs, cultures, language, way of living. Live and die. It says live and die only for your own Nuwaupians and Sabians. We have no excuse as a tribe to act the way we're acting. The master has not put out any book, any scroll to say go against Wu Nuwaupu. So let's get ourselves together. And remember that old saying he always told us, we all we have. What do?
Any of the great elders would like to speak? You're more than welcome. It would be appreciated. And then after the elders speak, we'll open up for questions and answers. And I think we'll do a part 2. We have a lot more, so we'll probably save it to part 2. I don't want to hold the elders up too long, and I'll be considerate of everyone's time. So after the elders speak, we'll take questions and answer, and then we'll wrap it up and be on the lookout for part 2. Share part 2 is coming, maybe in a week or two. In a week or two, we'll send out the email for part 2. But elders are speaking now.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, you can be heard. You're loud. You're live.
Okay, I have speech. Rahubat family, my name is Captat Ray. I just want to say thanks to Duswa for your never-ending fight, for your never-ending fight for Baba's freedom, and for giving us elders our flowers while we can still smell them. I appreciate you. I have nothing but divine love for our master teacher, our savior. I am grateful. And I yield.
Tower Tech is whoever's mic is open, you can speak. I think Aku Yao Fatah, you can speak, elder.
Robot. I just want to read something from the 9 book. It's called The Ones Left Behind. I think it's appropriate for this day and time that we're living in real time. My beloved children of Unuwap, I send for you all divine love, bliss, and grace. Greetings from Pa Bitskians and the overseers. I, Baba Yanun, am with you all by way of these days and time. Are you not watching the world around you all? The changes by way of the weather, the works of the providers. Judgment is upon the seeds of the Adamites, the cursed lepers, deserted by way of their own aliens, after 6,000 years, left behind in order to fade. Observe them now, losing their minds, killings, warrings, and confusions. their own men changing into women, their own women preferring canines to male human beings, sleeping with canines. Observe their tyrants migrating, the migrants with no place to live, no home and no country, dying along the way. No one cares. Where is the help? Where is their own God Almighty, Lord, deity, and God? Where is the Jewish Messiah, the Christian Messiah, the Muslim Messiah, and the Muslim Mahdi? Where is their own promised salvation? It was all lies of liars. What happened to the synagogues, churches, and mosques? Why are they not protected from destruction? No one to protect them is why. Wadu.
Robert Musa.
Okay, sorry, go ahead. My apologies.
Robert Musa. You got me.
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear
Robert
you.
Musa. Anuki Mukdahal Gureg Amunok. I first heard Baba's tone in 1978 with a pamphlet. I was still in the military, but we ain't had no cassettes. We ain't had no DVDs. It wasn't no radio stations or anything, you know. All I did was read a pamphlet. And for some reason, those words that I read woke me up. DNA explosions. Something I ain't never felt before. Things that I started to see that I never could see. Because before that, I was into Catholicism, Catholics. You know how they brainwash you. But anyway, when I read that one pamphlet, 1979, I came out the military and I went into the mission, Nubian Islamic Hebrews, Ansar Allah community. And at that time, I heard Baba made a statement. I came giving you what you want so you can learn to want what I had to give. At that time, I knew it couldn't have been Islam because that was something that we was already into, religion. All this time, I was wondering what that was that we had to wait for so we can learn to want what he came to give. What did he come to give us? And around 1992 or 93, it's when I was introduced to right knowledge. That's when I knew this must be what he came to give. I'm still here. 2023. And within all that time, Baba never steered us in the wrong direction. If we went in the wrong direction, it was because that was what we wanted to do. It was our choice. But he never steered us in the wrong direction. He never left us comfortless. He always gave us what we needed. Not what we want, but what we needed. And now I understand what his words was. Didn't understand until we got into Wu Sabat, when we start dealing with tones and frequencies and vibrations. So I'm going to read a little portion of the introduction of the Proverbs of Yanun. I'm not going to start from the top. I'm going to start down from the bottom, just a little small area. But this is Baba speaking. I am not the Rawak wind, yet, like it, I must move on. We, Mirzaku, who's one who provides, ever seeking the needs, begin no place where we have ended it, and the same as we met it. We, like the evergreen tree, like live on. Not long enough was my good time with you all in this skin suit. Yet, and still, my Madat words are needed to completely heal you all, both physically and mentally, to break the Hajj spell. Yet, the needed pill was to you as sound, Misbatia, Sabaic. It's the Halaj cure. Yet, in my voice, if my voice fades in your bad heart and my divine love vanishes in your Zakayat memories, that is a relapse. Speak by your Safatui lips, your Lasan tongue, your vocal cords, a cow mind, and a bab heart, and you will be cured by it. I will ever return to you ever and ever, as my wat death will hide my katat body from you. Each Madat word spoken raises me among you all, if remembered by you, each of you. I am with you in each image of me. I am physically with you when you read or recite my Madat words given to you as in this Memshal proverb. I know what that was back in 1978 when I read that pamphlet. Now I know it was his tones. His tones is what cured me. His tones is what's cured us all. And his tones, if you don't say his tones by reciting them or even reading a pamphlet or reading, he will fade from your memories. He will fade from your heart. You'll be in a relapse. And the only way you can come out of that relapse is to remember him again by saying his tones, his words that he give us. All his tones is in every book that he write. So if you don't read, his tones will fade from your heart. That's why we should read. He said in one book, he said, all he wanted us to do is read, read, read. That is the glue, the concrete that's going to keep us glued to him, his tones. If we don't read his tones, or don't listen to his tones, or don't even think about him, It's a relapse that you don't want to go to where you can't come out of that relapse. So as an elder, I'm not here to judge you. I'm not here to tell you what to do. All we are here for as elders is to counsel the tribe, to show you things that we've went through, that we may see you going through, and we know what the results is. And we don't want you to go that route. We're here to help our tribe, our family. Each one teach one, regardless of what you have to teach them. If it's agreeable, then take it. Appreciate everybody from coming out today. And y'all have a good evening. I yield.
Rahubat Musa. Just a moment. Renani, just one moment. Pardon me. Renani Satra Adzo Ankti Hotep, and I am Nahisi Yaw's maid of my mate and I have been in the mission, as he told you, for 42 years or over 40 years. I would like to read something, and we have walked with the master teacher just forever. We're still walking with him. We love him very, very much so. I would like to read Pamitrak, Incarnate and Welcome Me. Lo, Pamanzel, who is this Pamanzel? And how am I to understand who he is to me? Pamanzel is a divine being, the warner of the Negroids. Pamanzel has the way of Nuwaupu, your way of living, your way of life. Pamanzel, excuse me, has brought you the way of Nuwaupu, your African spiritual culture, religion. Pamanzel incarnated into flesh for all true devoted Nuwaupians, Sabaeans, world over. Pamanzel was called by many titles over the years and in other tongues. In the Torah of the Chaldea or Hebrews, he is a ruach, breath of life, sometimes called a spirit, soul of deities, also from, excuse me, Sabatat, Ceres, and Sahat, Orion, a heavenly host, also a Nazdar, overseer. In Arabic, he is called an Illa Mutajessid, incarnated being, an Illa in flesh. In Sanskrit, he is called an avatar, incarnated being. Tasaba, a heavenly host, which is the Hebrew word for Sabbat or Ceres. Bain Elohim, those, as you know, are cherubims, not an El because they could be good or evil, demigods who are good or evil as well. In the Old and New Testament, he is the Emmanuel, God with us. Was Jesus in Illa Mutajessid, a God in flesh, an avatar, incarnated one? He has come into flesh and blood, a person from above, a Riskian, provider, Natharu, a warner. Pamanzel descended down to this planet from the planet Risk in Ilium by way of Sahat, Orion star system, into Sabatat, Ceres star system, unto Patanon, planet Earth, many times over. The many years he is a record keeper, a watcher, a recorder. Pamanzel has been with you in your dreams. He has appeared to you in many forms throughout your life. If you are to follow him back to the stars, your original home, he was there, which was here. Pamanzel simply translate from Nuwaupian, the incarnate. Pa means the mu. Pa means the. Mu means one who. Nazal means come down, descend, incarnate. He is your last chance. Tawakkul.
Rahubat, Hemnatir, Elder Hemnatir, you can speak.
All right, Rahubat. Am I heard?
Yes, Tua.
Can I be heard? Okay, Towel. I'd like to say Rahubat to the family. My name is Hemnatir Tepiamun. I looked at the list of people that's on the call, and I see some names that's very, very, very old names, and it warms my heart to see them on this call. Like one of the elders said earlier, the call went out for us to reach out and speak to some of the elders from the old school. I am from that old school, and I see some names that were in the community when I moved in, and it warms my heart to see them here. What I like to say, I'm not going to say much. All I want to say is, first and foremost, the one thing that has us here, all of us here from all the different schools, is Baba Yanun. He's the only person that we can say that was here from the very beginning. Never walked away, never straggled, never deviated from his mission. We all have walked the path. We all have stood up, and we all have fallen and got back up. So none of us was here and never walked away, except for the master teacher. He's the only one that you could actually say was always here through every school. And it warms my heart to see these guys on this call. The young brother Duswa, well, he's not as young as he used to be, but he's doing his thing. He's putting it down, and I'm here for him. I'm here for Baba. I'm here for every last one of you guys. You my family. I love all of you, and we can do it. We can do it. I know. There's never been a time since I've been in this mission that Baba has ever failed. He has never failed, and he will never start failing. He's going to win because he's a winner. And as long as we're walking with him and we're close to him, then we're all going to win also. So that's really all I wanted to say. It's good seeing everybody here on the call, and I hope everybody takes heed and just do the knowledge. The knowledge is this, first and foremost. We deal with evidence, reason. We deal with facts, experience, evidence, and reason. You know what I'm saying? If it's not any information with what somebody says, you can't go with it. We Sabians, we only deal with facts. It's nothing personal. We not groupies. We not here for no popularity contest. We're here to save our souls. Each and every one of us. We got a mission. And if you're doing that, trying to better yourself, trying to transform yourself, then you don't have time for slander, because that's yeoman's work. Trying to transform yourself into something better. That's enough work to keep you busy for the rest of your life. So we have no time for slander. You know what I'm saying? So everybody stay safe. In this time, we live in America, so y'all know what's up. You know what I'm saying? So stay safe out here. Keep your head on the swivel. My whole life, you know what I'm saying, in this community, I've been known for being on security. So remember, keep your head on the swivel. Be aware of what's going on around you. Keep your ears open for the news. Know what's going on in your neighborhoods and what's going on in the world. Because we already got the news from the master teacher. That news was like 40 years, some of us 50 years, he's been telling us about what's happening now. and it's happening right in front of our faces, and we cannot ignore it. This is real. So everybody stay on your toes, stay close to the master teacher, and love each other. It's about Ashuk, divine love. Wadu.
Powerful, powerful. Tawul Tech, Emnatir Tepi Amun, and all of the other elders. We appreciate you so much. We appreciate your strength and your fight. And we look towards you for our strength and continuance. So appreciate all of your contributions to the dialogue. There's a call. I think this is Sanan calling from a 718, 719. I think you were trying to unmute. And then if you can speak, and then the brother Fatah Nun, and whoever, I think Fatah Nun wanted to say something as well. Sanan, I know you're calling in. Can you speak? Can you speak now? Yeah, we can hear you, but I think you may have a speaker on, and so the reverb is coming into your mic. If you have the call on a speaker behind you or around you, or then you probably have to turn it down until you're done speaking. Okay, yeah, it's a problem with your sound. I think it may be your phone. If Let me see if someone is around you listening. If someone is around you listening, then that may be the problem. Try again one time. If not, then I'll move on to another elder. But try again. Whatever sound, it just go someplace where it's just you, and no sound can come inside of the, because we're hearing the reverb. Okay. Well, we'll wait for him to get his sound. There's someone. Oh, no wonder he's up here twice. That's why. Let me remove one. Okay, I think he's called in twice. He may be in on 2 calls. So, Sanan, that may be the problem. I think you're logged into 2 devices because you're on stage twice. I didn't see that. So that may be the problem. Let me check again. Oh, you logged on 3 times, actually. Let me see. Okay. Okay, so there's someone that raised their hand. Oh, I allowed the person to speak. I don't know if they left. All right, so why is this? Okay. Let me remove him. Okay, so anyone else? For Tanun, you can speak.
Well, bad family. Hope everybody's doing fine. Just want to say thank you to the elders for such a great support that they've been doing for all this time. I just want to also thank the master teacher for giving me the opportunity to be here in Africa with my brother Duswa, who's been a best friend to me since 30 years now. So, you know, I'm grateful. Watch my brother grow. Watch all the good things that's been happening. Watch the strength of the freedom fight. And I just want to say it's time for the shenanigans to end. It's time for the unity and the love and the peace to come back to the family again. You know, it's just time for it to end. You know, time for Baba to be home. Time for us to get back on course, doing the things that we like doing with our father. So I just want to say I'm thankful for everything that's been happening right now. And this day and time we're living in, it's a great day and time. The Mukasu's reign is over with. So I just want to say I'm grateful for everything that's happening right now. You know, so that's basically it for me. All right.
Yeah, appreciate you for Todd Nunn. He's a good brother here. He's been of great help just fighting on the Baba's freedom. It's just a wonderful thing when you have family involved with this fight. You know, and Baba knows that something is on the table. So that's a great thing. I appreciate that. Sanan, you can try again. You had two, I think you were on twice on the stage. So I removed those other two, which probably was the problem. So if you want to try again to speak, you're more than welcome. And also people, if you have questions, I know people have had their hand raised for quite some time. We apologize about the delay. But if we bring you on stage, please feel free, raise your hand and we'll get to your questions right after the elders speak. And then look out for part two and let the word get out. We will have a part two. Sanan, go ahead, please.
Rahul back. Can I be heard?
Perfect. You're good now.
Sure. Sure. For those who don't know me, my name is Sanan. I'm on Hotep. I've been following the master teacher ever since the Detroit community back in back around 88. And I had a lot of ups and downs. I learned so much from our master teacher, Partner Barabian, and he saved my life, many other people that I know lives. I just want to say that I really love the master teacher and I appreciate everything he's done for me. There's no words that I can say to really express the feelings that I have for him. I'm just honored right now to actually be in the same group or around these elders that have walked with the master teacher for all these years. You know, it's just a blessing, you know, to be able to say thank you and be here and around and working still with some of the brothers. I really appreciate you, Duswa, for all the hard work and dedication, the work that you've done for our master teacher for all these years. It's just an honor just to be around brothers like you, our elders, and also our warriors, our sisters. When I think about our sisters, Zanitra, wow, that sister is a powerful sister. She showed me so much walking with her in Colorado. I mean, she had so much strength, so much dedication and honor. I learned so much from her. And I always say, if I have to be with a warrior, Zanitra will be the ones I would love to be working with. We have some powerful sisters, from Lubna to Patawa Red, to Umi, our clan mother, auntie, to all these powerful sisters. Remember Janice in Colorado, still working with us, and so many other sisters' names that I can't mention. I remember going over in the Hisi in his May house, how they cared and, you know, work with Patawa Red to her last days. And I just remember how we used to just go over there, sit down, and just share the love. I really am grateful, and I'm going to keep doing my best, do I can to work for the master teacher and continue doing what I can for his freedom. You know, it's just good to be recognized. You know, I guess master teacher gave me my name, seeing him on Hotep, and at the time I didn't wonder what it meant. And also he gave me another name, Akeem. Then I started realizing the mysterious or hidden son of peace. So, okay, it seemed like I always been in below the radar, I guess, you know, working with family members. A lot of members say, well, I don't see him. Where is he? Well, here I am. I'm still here. And I really appreciate my wife, Amunet, from the beginning. She has worked tirelessly. Everything she was asked to do, she was there. She didn't even hardly know about the mission. When she met the sister, Zanitra, she was there working. We would do all type of errands for Zanitra. When we used to have to take care of her daughter, when we went to the hospital, I didn't know that she was that sick. She was always there. And all the sacrifices and things that we've done, I just want to acknowledge her because she's always been there in my corner with me. Thank you all. And one thing that has helped me stay on this path is brothers like you and our elders. And a lot of the updates that our elders, the master teacher's wife, go and get from the prison, they are what kept me going. And they still keeping me going. From a lot of times, they don't even get acknowledged for the hard work and the dedication that they do to go up there every month to see and relay this information to us from the prison. Seeing him locked up in there, that's hard. I don't know how they do that, but they've been doing it for years. Love y'all. Thank you so much. Thank you, partner Bayabiyanan. Thank you, partner Tharu Salafu. Thank you all. Take care. Wadu.
Wadu, Sanan. Wow. That was very powerful. We appreciate your energy, Elder. Like, you one of the brothers, no matter what, you were always there, and you're definitely honored amongst the elders, amongst our tribe, as a being who's on the path of perfecting himself in the way of the mission. And as well as your wife. Yes, I'm on that. Oh my God, she's like a silent assassin. She just there to snipe the devil whatever way she can. And her drive, her energy, and her ability just to keep doing for Baba is incredible. She's helped Ghana mission in so many ways. And the elders, it's just amazing. People would not really believe or know the unity and the efforts and the assistance that they've given Baba and his freedom. And it's just such an honor to speak on you all's behalf to the tribe and speak to make sure that they honor and love you. I speak to my auntie Wakia almost every other day, every week. We're constantly in contact. You know, Baba these are people that the father communicates with. I'm constantly in contact with New York, my father's wives, who are doing all they can to make sure they hold it together for him. And it's just amazing that, you know, it's unfair that anyone can come in this position and try to come amongst us and speak negative on any one of them. So that's why I'm having it, and I'm going to do a part 2. And I see your hand up, young brother Trevonta. Appreciate you coming to the stage. A few people did raise their hand. We do acknowledge you. You can ask your questions. I think all of the elders are done, if I'm not mistaken. But I just wanted to give you that acknowledgement. Amunet Ankh, I know you're on stage. You haven't said much. If you'd like to speak, you're more than welcome. You can. But everything your husband has said is absolutely 100%. And we don't want a day to go by without us acknowledging and appreciating your assistance in everything you've done. So yeah. So if anyone else wants to speak, the floor is open. If not, Trevonta, you can. Amunet, you can come off mic. Amunet, if you want to. Sakard or any of the other elders, you can speak. Kawat, I don't know if you can speak or if you'd like to, but if you don't come off mic, then that's fine. So yeah, I'll mute up, and whoever wants the mic can take it. Okay, so I think Trevonta, if you want the question, go ahead, good young brother.
Raw bad, man. I be heard.
You're loud and clear, raw bad.
First off, I want to thank the elders for all their works and all the brothers and sisters that's been putting in work. You've been inspiring me for years. My question was, I wanted to see how I can get more involved, not with the like laws and stuff, but I'm talking about personally. Like, is there any information where I can like contact the elders? There is one elder that I have been talking to for years, or a few. It's one of the brothers in Ohio. I've been checking on him. I just want to know if I can have like, the elders' numbers or information to where I can do the same with them, because I'm way in Southern California and I'll be wanting to stay in contact. I want to be a part of checking on people, saying good morning in text, you know what I'm saying? Just family stuff. Is there any way that I can, have?
Uh, Absolutely. I'm glad you asked that because there's many people that may want to know how they can become more involved. Well, the elders that you see are involved specifically with Ghana. The elder Nahisi Yao, you see him, you see his name. I think it's possible that you could chat him, and he'll give you the number. But we have a group where we converse and we move, we update each other, we speak to each other, we keep that family vibe as you asked about. There are also study groups, but they're more so language or doctrine, etc. But we do that as well. But ours is kind of focused on the freedom. And we try to keep that center because you can have language. The language is great. Of course, we all must speak our language. We all must know the doctrine. However, the source of it all is the Father. And so as long as you focus on the Father, everything that you need will come to you. And so that's what we try to keep the tribe in that direction. So if you want to get involved in the Hisi, if you can send him a chat. I don't know if y'all can chat directly to the panelists. I hope that's available for you all. I'm not sure if that's something that I opened up. Sometimes it's like certain things you have to do to make sure everyone is in contact. But let me see. It should be something that you all can do. Let me see if it's yeah. Let me check here. Host, panelists. Oh, okay. Oh, wow. So I didn't know that wasn't on. Okay, so attendees should be able to chat with the host and panelists. So y'all can exchange information. Anyone that's listening, I'm sorry, I didn't know it was off. You should be able to chat with the panelists now. So send a direct message to whoever you want to let them know. You contact them. Wow, I just didn't know that. It's really my first time using Zoom. I thought I changed that. That was one of the one of the things I wanted to allow people to do. But Travanta, Nahisi, any one of the elders, you can send your number directly to them. If you look into the chat now, it's available. So it's others that are raising their hand. I hope I answered your question. But stay involved, stay close to those that are fighting for Baba's freedom. And that's what the Father asked. That's the things he requested. If you want to be close, stay close to people who are fighting on his freedom. So we appreciate your inquiry, young brother. Stay strong. You're all the way in Southern California. So you definitely got a job. I know how it feels to be, alone over there, but you're not alone. You always have us. So, okay, yeah. So yeah, you can chat to the panelists now. My apologies, attendees. I don't think you could even be involved that much until I turned the chat on. So my apologies. The brother John Carr, I tried to invite him up. He wants to speak. Okay, Trayvon, is that all? Before anyone else, is that answer your question?
Um, yeah, for the most part, I just wanted to say, thank you for what you said about the whole meeting up on balloon ceremonies and the whole religious aspect of coming together at funerals. I really felt that being from where I'm from. So I really did want to, connect with a lot of the elders, a lot of the brothers and sisters, so I don't have to, you know, uh, meet up at no balloon ceremony. You know what I mean? I want to be able to talk to them and have that, send cards, and that's why I asked for that information.
Oh,
Tech.
hope that helped. You'll be able to directly. They're chatting now directly to the panelists, and the panelists is chatting, right? So yeah. So there's some good questions. I really apologize. We've been on all these hours, and I've been keeping attendees out from communicating with the panelists. Sorry about that. It won't happen again. So hopefully we get all our information to each other. Okay. So thank you, Trayvonta. Appreciate you, bro. Stay close. We need your energy. The Father needs your energy, and you are a future group of Sabians and people that soon will be coming to Africa to build.
Towtek.
Okay. John Carr, my elder brother, how are you? Rahobat, you can speak now.
Roll back, roll back. Man, I'm glad to hear your voice, man. Glad you're doing what you did. You know, for those others, I've been on this mission here since July 4th, 1980. When I first heard about them. I have not changed or no change. You know, I'm glad that you put. I'm hoping that it did, but I'm glad you put an end to all this negativity, man, because it was horrible, horrible. And I think you kind of took the air out of that little bit. So, you know, open that hand again. Glad to see you still on the job like you are, you know. And while when you said that, you know, you were sent over to Africa, and I remember you going through all of that. That was something you remember, but I didn't forget the whole thing. So, you know, just wanted to let my voice be heard, and thank you for what you did.
It's always a pleasure hearing you and having your presence, Elder. So appreciate you with that with that statement. And I do remember I definitely saw you, and I appreciate your attendance. Yeah, your presence means a lot to us. You are an elder who's been walking with the Father. So it's beautiful to see all you all that have been still here, still smiling, still moving, still kicking. It's just a great day, and that's something that I cherish and I'll protect with my life. So thank you, Towtek, to you as well. Yeah. Yeah, so anyone, okay, yes, then so any other questions, please raise your hand. Please raise your hand. You're more than free to come. We're going to do a part 2. It's so much more, right? I know it's all, we've been on for some time. I don't even know how long this webinar, and the elders I know may be exhausted. I'm glad we kept the attention of the attendees. If you appreciated what we did, send a thank you or Towtek in the chat. Make sure you tune in. The Ghana headquarters. We have the temple to talk about on the next what do you call it, webinar. We're going to do another one, right, where we go into the 8 ways the Father, the legal aspect of his freedom, with how, you know, the ways he still can and will get out. That's not a problem, but I just want to go into depth about the legal so you could be clear. Yes, I am on Telegram. Yeah, so Towtek for Ta, I'm on Ray. Yeah, so I am on Telegram, but I have a what do you call, a Ghana number. So, and my name is not Duswa York. It's my other name. I say Basil Esau. Thank you for your time. Okay. So yes. Yeah, so the next webinar, I think we'll schedule it. I'll speak to the elders when you like to schedule it, maybe for sometime in 2024, January, maybe the middle of the month. The New York headquarters has one at, you know, Sunday at the end of the month. So we may do ours the second week to kind of balance it out and let you all know what's taking place on the continent. We will address Liberia, we will address Ghana, we will address all of the other specifics and things that we've been working on this side. So New York is speaking about, you know, obviously the visits and what Baba's speaking about, and but we're in constant contact because we're working on his freedom. So we update the Father every week. I speak with them every week, every other day. The Father calls and we speak, let him know what's moving forward. Of course, we know he's not feeling his best because he's in there for another you know, this season. So it gets difficult for him and this time. So we just have to be strong and make sure that we stay focused and you know, make sure he walks out of there. And if it takes all of our efforts, then we can do it. We can move mountains. We can move rocks that can't be moved. And that's part of the mystic orders that we are part of as spiritual beings, to materialize and dematerialize the things that are in our path and materialize the things and visualize the things that we want. So I really appreciate everyone staying on for the time that they did. This is incredible. Elders, I know we're going to talk and attendees, get the word out. We want to make sure in a month, maybe the 19th, we'll have more of you all. We'll give more updates and we'll give a part 2 to the legal specifically. And I definitely want to get into the ways that the father, things that were for his freedom, so you know what's still available. I'm not saying we're lost. No, they're still there. It's just that people were the slander and sabotage tried to cover it up, but it's still protected. Panatharu will never leave their children without. And so we want to make sure you all know that there's always a door open for Baba, because that's how he's designed it, and no one can shut it. So I'll land from me speaking. The elders want to say something in our departure. It'll be fine, but I'm muting up. If you want to reach out to me, send me a personal message. Ghana, the elder Nihisi, the elders are taking care of any support that comes in for Ghana. So it's best to communicate with them. And or you can communicate with me on Telegram or WhatsApp. Wadu, I appreciate, love you all. If the elders want to close, then that's fine. If anything left to say, if any questions, I'm muting up.
Yeah.
And we can finish.
I got one thing to say. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, we can hear you.
I can hear you. Okay. Roll back. I want to read I Am Who I Am. 1. I have been with you because I love you all. I am Zeti, Zedi, Zetwi, Pa Nabab Yanun. 2. I will soon depart from you. 3. I incarnate from time to time to renew our timeline. 4. I am here, which is there now. 5. My time to depart is near, so I only wish you knew who I was to you. 6. I will return again and again. Look for me in the wind. Look for me in the waters. Look for me in the soil. Look for me in your dreams. 7. I will incarnate again when needed. 8. This is my findings. 1. They look for me, yet they don't see the real me. 2. They listen to me, yet they don't hear what I am really saying. 3. They have touched me and still then was not able to feel me. 4. They have kissed me, yet they did not love me. 5. They were born of my genes, yet they are not my child. 6. They follow me, yet not close enough. 7. They came to me, yet they did not stay. 8. They smiled with me, yet they did not mean it. 9. They greeted me, yet and still never meant it. I yield.
Wadu Musar.
Wadu Moisar.
Wadu Musar.
Do myself.
Wadu.